Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Welcome back. It's another bright day here. Trade the pool, guys. I had a good day yesterday. Going to keep battling in the markets. See what we come up with today, of course, and focus in on Fed meeting, of course. We'll see what happens today at that meeting, of course, and it's Fed day, so we don't expect too much action, but it's also the biggest earnings day of the week, and we'll be seeing what happens with the earnings tonight. And I think this is a very important time, right? Because it's also a time to see what's the next trade that's going to happen, right? And don't miss, of course, our earnings coverage that will be starting today, guys. We'll be doing the power hour and bringing you guys into an earnings stream. So I want to see you there today. Don't miss it. So definitely that'll be starting up at 4 p.m. Going until 5, guys. You don't want to miss that. So definitely hit the like. We'll keep talking about that action and keep talking about what's going on in the markets this morning. We'll be looking into some different trades out there and see what we can get up to. Different stocks taking a rip, and one stock yesterday was a swing trade that turned into a day trade for me, which was Rich Tech. We'll get to some of that action, but let's first take a look into the market and take a look to see what's going on this morning. All right, this morning we'll go to different stocks. We're going to take a look at this PDYN also. It had news. It got the nice little push, and I think this is one definitely to focus on today, but not necessarily just this, but look at what companies are going to be trading off of this news. We'll talk a little bit more about that and why SMR is also on my radar today. We'll be watching that one. Let me set an alert right now, guys. I have a feeling that I need to be alerted to this stock later today. So we'll be watching to see what happens. Let's go to the SPY. Take a look and see what's going on in the SPY, the action overnight. You guys can see we were up and now we're starting to kind of fade back down. And so one of the things that I always look for is kind of the 3-day rally rule, right? Whenever I get these 3-day rallies, especially in swing trading, I always get a little bit on the fence that we're in for a little bit of a pullback day. And today's that perfect day where they can wash out the open, make traders a little bit scared. And then, of course, the earnings overnights will really determine the action tomorrow, right? And I think that that's the important thing here, is that the intraday action might not matter by the time the closing action happens, right? We'll see what happens out there, guys. We'll be talking about different stocks, of course. It's earnings week. We'll be talking more about our earnings coverage. But tonight, Tesla, Meta, and Microsoft. And what did Microsoft do, of course, into the earnings? I talk about this before the earnings started, how companies love to do what? A run into earnings and then take the hit. Well, you got your run. You got your 1, 2, 3-day rally, and now I could expect some pullback action out the gates. I don't expect the strength to come in, and I'll be on a little bit on the sideline right now, especially on today. Once we get to tomorrow, we'll be focused more on just Apple after the close, but since there's 3 big boys, I usually don't like to take too many big positions during this time, so I'll be in more of a protective state and keeping my capital that I've already gotten this year, right? And for me in the swing department, up over 10% for the year. And that tells me more and more that I needed to what? Just continue going about my business, right? Sometimes, yes, it's not maybe 1,000% up, but that doesn't matter. I'm trying to find the consistency, not necessarily just one trade. It's good to see you this morning, Tyke out there, 77. What you watching this morning? It's good to see Angelo and different names, even Larry coming in with some trade ideas this morning and some others. I saw Constant Spike talking about pins. We'll talk about some different trades, and we can take a look to see at one of the best trades call for this year already, as this was on the 21st, was Starbucks, and I drew out a trade pattern on Starbucks, looking for a breakout back above the 91 towards the 105 look. And today with the earnings, we're getting up there. We'll talk a little bit more about that once we get to the earnings department. Let's get to some trade ideas, talk a little bit more about what's going on in the market. Let's get to a first one here that is on a name I traded yesterday. All right, let's get to that one. The first one up is a long on Rich Tech RR. So we'll be looking for this for more of the day trade, maybe even a swing trade pattern. You know, the idea here is a 50% retracement. So we're going to have to take a look to see, can we get the 50% retracement of yesterday's action? You guys can do this as simply as using your fib tool, right? You want to click it. You want to click where the top end of the range is. 50% retracement puts us somewhere in between the 483 and then the 61.8, which is the 465. That's my sweet area. That's where I'll be looking to dip by Rich Tech, especially out the gates. We're already back to 513, so kind of glad I sold yesterday's rip as I sold it into the close, maybe 550s. Maybe could I got 580s, 6? Yeah, maybe potentially getting 6. But I took that cash yesterday all above the 520s. I took one part in 520s, one part in the 530s, and one part in the 540s. So not a bad little gain there in Rich Tech, and we'll look for a pullback for an opportunity. All right, let's keep going. We'll catch some more comments in the chat and keep it going. It's good to see you guys. Jose, what's up? What's up? How we doing out there? It's good to see you. Always need a Jose, man. Gotta have a Jose in the house. All right, we'll be taking a look out there. Here's the next trade ideas. Of course, you guys know as we bring trade ideas in, you'll hear the doorbell. Let's take a look here at the next one, AVAV. This was actually a pick on the year before the year started for me, and it's a drone player. Of course, we've seen drone players go complete AWOL lately, and that was with that first rip in the beginning part of the year, and then a pullback. Well, now you caught the move and you're right back down and you're starting to bounce off that 300 area to 320s. We'll see if we can start to recover back here. This could eventually drive right back to 400. I really like this look as on the weekly. You can see kind of that bottoming at 300. Now I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback action to come and play because really the truth is I can't play up here at 318. Yesterday, this stock was back at 300. We're talking about 20 points higher. So what do I need? I need a breakdown of the pre-market support, which is around the 315 area. Heading back down to the next layer would bring me back towards the 308s to 307.50, somewhere in that range, below the 310s. Risking off the 300 would be a swing for me. We'll see what happens there on AVAV, but you could also watch the other drone players like RCAT, and you can also watch UMAC, right? These are trades that I actually had on the swing and just maybe sold it early. But UMAC has been hot as of late too. They've all have pulled back. Now let's see if we get some strength coming right back into them. Right, so UMAC, that would be a pullback coming back into the game, let's say towards underneath 16, and then a rip rally after that. We'll see what happens with these names. It's a nice setup, of course, off of Trump's Iran comments. Iran, man, I don't know what's going to happen here if we're really going to attack or if it's just talk. Is it taco out there? Well, I'll tell you one thing. We'll definitely be watching to see what happens. Defensive names is my last pick here as I'll go to ITA. ITA was just a short a couple days ago when the mentions of the Greenland thing came off. Now it's getting the buy. It got a pullback, trend line break, now back up towards 238s. We'll look for pullbacks at 236 to reload in this and take a shot back towards 240s and maybe potentially right back to 245, especially if there's going to be war extension here, right? If it's actually going to start, if we're actually going to attack, yes, these will start to go higher. RTX, the parabolic stock of the year, and I'm going to still say it because, I mean, it is parabolic. Look at the weekly. Look, since pretty much last year, it's still just continued to just rip higher. We'll see what happens there in RTX. All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there. Definitely going to go to the Sunrise Report and take a look to see what's going on out there. We'll get to the Sunrise Report, and then, of course, we'll bring on our traders in just a second. So let's dive right into the action and take a look to see what's going on this morning in the market and why. Of course, you guys can catch this on where? Our Discord, of course. If you're not keeping up with our Discord, you're missing out, of course. This is where you get it every single morning, and you get exclusive posts. So definitely take a look at our Discord. The Sunrise Report, of course, the midweek edition, the Fed on deck, chips on fire, and big tech in a tunnel. We'll talk a little bit about it as the market leaned higher on Wednesday as investors positioned for two heavyweight catalysts, of course. The big boys coming in, mega cap tech earnings and Federal Reserves. So what does this tell me? It's probably not a big day to take a lot of bets, right? That's the truth. Translation, growth is in demand, defensives are yawning, and the Dow is still nursing the United Health hangover from earlier this week. Yeah, definitely. That UNH, this is the reason why I can't buy these type of plays. AI trades in Ignite chip stocks, light a fuse, of course, after 1-2 punch blowout earnings from blowout earnings and China headlines. Really, it came from the semiconductor sparking ASML. I've talked about these trades so long ago. The trend was there. I even missed it myself, guys. I talked about ASML and AMAT for a long time on their break, and that was a really great opportunity. They continued higher. The EUV King, of course, smashed the order expectations and issued a strong 2026 guidance, riding the AI Cap Wave X, the AI Cap X wave, and a bonus of a $12 billion share buyback. So ASML doing really good, and the demand seems to continue higher. Seagate Technology, earnings and revenues crushed here as earnings and AI data storage demand accelerate. So we got to see what's going on there, but definitely you're seeing the action in these names. We can take a look at the SMH. You could take a look at some of these names, but look at that takeoff in ASML. And really it came off of this break of the 800 back to 1500. Insane there. NVIDIA, of course, also in the news out there, as NVIDIA is reportedly approving sales of the H200 AI chip to BitDance, Alibaba, and Tencent. That's huge. That's big news. And what did I talk about with NVIDIA in China? It'd also be the focus for AMD on the next earnings report. And so now you look for AMD to maybe continue here, right? This is a little bit of a sneaky trade because it had the 9 EMA pullback. It's holding right above there. It's looking like it wants to come right back up. So this is actually a nice little setup on the day. We'll see if AMD can push right back above the 258 and really get moving here. Another thing is just to look to see what other names, of course, with the China exposure and selling actual chips to China will give them the lift on their earnings call. All right, we'll take a look around at the other action there. The Fed watch, of course, will be the focus as the calm before the chair. The Fed decision lands later today. The big bad wolf, Jerome Powell, gets to speak again. And expectations are no rate change. Target rate is at 3.5% to 3.75%. What matters here? The tone, the language, and any breadcrumbs about future cuts. But what could be the wrench? Well, you guys are seeing the energy trade continue to go higher. So I think you'll get mentions of that from Powell. Markets, though, still price 2 rate cuts by the end of 2026, but Powell's phasing will, of course, decide whether that confidence holds or wobbles. I hope there's more rate cuts. As you know, a person that is looking for rates to come down, it would be a good thing, but we'll see what happens, right? Powell has definitely been a little bit mixed back and forth. We did hear comments from Trump earlier this week about how if he does elect a Fed chair that they have to be cutting the rates. So in the long run, this whole outlook could change dramatically once we get a new Fed chair, right? Earnings, big names out there. Of course, tonight you'll get the big boys, and then we'll be taking a look to see what happens out there. Just really quickly, since I told you guys we'd run through it, let's go to Starbucks here. Take a look at the action. Starbucks got up there on a 105 spike. EPS came in here at 56 cents adjusted versus a 59-cent estimate. The EPS, a slight miss there. The revenue, though, a nice beat, 9.92 billion versus 9.67 billion. But the real headline, same store sales up 4% globally. Traffic up 3%. The first growth in 2 years. And the first really pat on the back that Nicolo can give himself a little bit of a nice little big boost, right? Of course, Starbucks kind of getting Chipotle's CEO, right? Well, we'll see what happens, guys. This is actually a good move here. And traffic being up, China comp up 7%. This is actually really good news. And you have to give the CEO some credit here. Of course, Starbucks was looking really bad. Another big thing, and I'm going to continue thinking about it, is Starbucks is looking to sell their China exposure and get out, right? Well, I think that's another thing that could be coming down the line. But global and U.S. comps up, looking really good. EPS guidance slightly conservative, but looking good here. Margins are under pressure, though, from higher coffee prices and tariffs. But we'll have to see what happens out there. Stock reaction looks great this morning. There were some other names, of course, like Texas Instruments up 9%, Corvo down 10%. Europe check-in, of course. ASML doing really good there. We'll see what happens out there. Of course, the morning takeaway, really the AI CapEx is still king, guys. So ASML really kind of leading the action in the market. All right, we'll take a look to see some different names, some trade ideas, and bring on our traders in just a second here. Like always, guys, smash the like. If you guys are watching the action, looking to see what happens today, we're getting that pullback. It looks like we're set up for a little bit of some red action, but let's bring on our traders and see what they think. Michael Noss, and of course, Airplane Jane in the house. How are we doing this morning?
Great, thank you. Got my thinking cap on.
I see it. I see it. Is it chilly?
Oh yeah, we're
Love
just
it.
a
Love
negative
it.
15 Celsius. Not that bad.
Yeah, I actually will say that I actually had to throw on a sweater today. So you cold birds up there, you can take your cold back with you. I don't want it down here. I will take the warmth. Yeah, who turned on the AC outside because it's like 40 degrees, man, and I'm not digging it right now. But hey, we'll see what happens out there. I was able to open the window a little bit though, let some of that cool in, right? But we'll see what happens in the market. It seems like the market was on a nice little 3-day rally. We got all-time high, but then the Fed, of course, comes in today. We get earnings that come in, so I'm not expecting much action today. How are you guys feeling about the markets?
Michael, we can't hear you.
Old hard mute.
But I think, FOMC the first 2 days, many times there's placement of trades. We've seen actually big upward move with the Qs. And so I think right now we have seen the new highs could be that potential sell. I'm still watching that 695.83 level to see if we are able to drop down below that today. That was the big heavy sell level. And if we're not able to, that might be a full-on bull move. We do have that quantitative easing going in. If we see that we increase rates, that could turn very red. If we go flat, that I think could also give us a redder move on the day. A drop in rates, I think we're going to go higher, but we'll just have to see what the price action happens after FOMC. Are you there, Michael?
I don't know. Am I here?
Yeah,
You're
good.
here.
Perfect.
You sound pretty
Awesome.
loud, but you're here. I don't know if
I
it's
unplugged
my
it and
thing,
plugged it
but
back in.
here. I'll
There we
handle
go.
it on my side. There we go.
All right. Yeah, and I agree. I don't think we really care too much about what J Powell says, but just like we always talk about, no one's going to make a big decision just in case there is something scary that he says that no one's expecting. And then more than that, we got all the earnings, right? So we have so much going on tonight.
And on
or
brink
early
of
session tomorrow.
potential start of World War III.
Oh, I didn't know. All right, well,
didn't
now
know?
I'm bullish again.
You
I-
didn't know?
Again, any bit of news I know is completely against my will.
And my man in a shell today didn't hear about the Iran comments. It looks like the fleet is out there ready to attack at any moment. That's what Trump said.
We got to remember the last time, right?
And Europe got on board too. Like I said, my husband is Persian, Iranian, and he's saying, yes, now Europe is in on the action, and
they gave him the green light.
calling them, I don't remember the term that he used, but any event, that they're terrorists now. And so he believes that it was UN or NATO, I'm not sure. And don't forget about the new catastrophe flu virus, worse than COVID, that's due to lock down the world.
But is this like all the other time? Remember monkeypox was going to be a big deal and that never happened. There's like every last 10 times there's been a COVID-like thing. It's just
no. It's only been COVID. Let's just be honest. In my
It's just been
lifetime,
a
that's
face-
going to be
a
the
face
only
plant
thing
on
that
the-
I actually take serious because unless I see the China, like I told you guys, I still remember in COVID. The moment I started seeing them like in like hazmat suits and just spraying outside in China, just spraying everything, I was like, okay, this might be real, guys. This might be a little
'cause
bit
they're
more
not-
than your monkeypox kind of
they're
conversation.
not generally as concerned concerned with their population as a lot of places, so they would be
Exactly.
more get back to work
Yeah.
regardless. But
Yeah. If I saw China completely locked down, then we'll start talking. Then we'll worry about that. The Iran situation though is a serious conversation here. And I
well,
think
remember
the
last time? I remember us being on. I remember we had a little Twitter back and forth.
yeah
Why I was loading the boat when they were bombing Iran, and you were like, "What?" I'm like, "Well, you buy every time World War III is trending, you buy
yeah
stocks." It's again, if World War
yeah.
III happens, doesn't matter that you spent you put another 10 grand into the S&P 500, right? That's going to be the least of your worries. And then if it doesn't, which it normally doesn't, then all of a sudden away you go. So this might be, I don't know if I'd have to look into it. I don't know if Iran has any oil or natural resources that anyone cares about, or maybe
Of
that's an
course,
area to
man.
take a
Oil
look
and
at.
gold.
Then
Of course, this is this
I assume,
you should know the oil business, man. Come on,
I just
you know that
assumed,
oil. You know where all
yeah,
the oil comes from. It doesn't come. It comes from two places, Venezuela or Iran. The number one,
What about
right at the
Saudi
top.
Arabia, though? We got to throw Saudi Arabia
Right,
in the hat
they're
there.
near, right in that area, right? That's oil. That's it's
yeah.
we'll give it up to that area. We'll give it down to even. You could look at Brazil. You could look at other places, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be Venezuela. But what does this tell us? This tells me, though, watch for the oil inflation to hold back those interest rate cuts because is inflation comes from oil. What happened? Well, I'm sure, and I'm looking for it. Jerome Powell will make a comment that oil prices are going higher, and that's
Hmm.
going to cause, like, throw a wrench in the rate cuts. Right? He'll use that as his ability to say, "Hey, we need to look at the data and see what's going on with inflation."
When's he gone though? That's soon, right?
Well, he's not
March?
completely gone. This might be the meeting where he says, "Guess what? I'm not leaving."
That would be hilarious. But so
I got to tell you guys, too,
this
with
is
all
why
this
I'm
oil
interested
and
in.
silver and gold and everything,
Old.
the pennies stopped because copper got so expensive. But did you know the nickel is 75% copper, and the nickels could be the next one that's being cut because they are worth more than they are minted. So that's my next physical purchase.
Start
Is
saving up
nickel.
the Knicks. The Knicks. All right.
But yeah, so to the oil thing, right? So I've explained this chart a
Okay.
few times, but people might be new, so I'll explain it again. So the red line are the people that know things, and right, these are the guys. They're the commercial traders. There's generally the people that are right. The blue line we're going to kind of ignore here because this is the small speculator. This is me and you. And then the green line is the large speculator. And this is data that you cannot hide from. If you have a broker, they are reporting, unless you're getting like black market futures contracts from some guy in a trench coat behind the CBOE, everybody is included in this data. And you can see that if you go back, commercial hedgers are never long oil. Right, this goes all the way back to 2015 here. They're never long oil because just by the nature of their business, they're always selling. They always have to be short these contracts. But if you look at just kind of the absolute, and they were very short and everyone was very long right in here before the oil kind of collapsed, and this is the time that it went zero and negative, right? That the speculators, the guys who are always wrong, the large hedge funds and institutions and these guys that dramatically underperform the market, they were the most long that we've seen them right here at the top, right? Just like clockwork. It's every time.
Mm-hmm.
And they are the most not long or almost short that they have been since 2017,
Uh-oh.
right here, right? So these
Uh-oh.
guys, so you could almost look at this as like a massive short position that is going on in oil. And again, these guys are really wrong. And this is how I do most of my discretionary trading, is just looking at the complete other side, taking the other side of these guys that are always wrong. And we're pushing up, and they are positioned. They're not positioned long. They are positioned more short than they are long, and the price is pushing up. So we all know what that means, right? That's the same as a short squeeze for stocks. Is that if we get a continuation there, if we get some sort of shock news event out of Iran, we know that this time maybe we could finally end up breaking out of this downward kind of wedge that's been going on all the way back since 2022. This has been probably the most annoying asset in the world to try to trade. But if you look at it, the positioning was pretty neutral throughout. So no one was really caught offside one way or another. There was really nothing to talk about. But now this is the most condensed you can see in this chart has been in a long, long time. And we're starting to break out. So that, all of that, being the kind of cynical contrarian guy, makes me very interested in owning oil because I know how often these guys are wrong. And the best way to look at it and kind of confirm this was my trade idea that I missed was if we just go to the natural gas, right? Before we had this huge spike in natural gas, these guys were as short. These are, again, get rid of this one, it's confusing. But the line here, the green line, is the speculators these are, again, just look at, these are the wrong guys. So they're very short right here. And then they're also very short right here before this big move. And then they're even more short than all of that right here before we had this huge spike. So if oil is going to do what natural gas has done, because these guys have been so dead wrong, I'm in. Give me some oil products. I'll buy some today.
And I'm in oil for sure after seeing bigger money get into it. I was doing a presentation about market players. 80% of the market is institutions, high frequency algos that are trading the market. So you might as well just follow their coattails because we're 8% of the market is retail traders. So we don't have that sway like Roaring Kitty wanted to imply. We're 10% of the overall money flow in the market. So we might as well just follow those guys.
So what would be the shock? Man. What's the counter to the trade that we got to look at? I guess he sends all these, because I'm reading it now. He's sending a bunch of ships over there, and
no, they're already there. I guess they're right there. They're right outside. They're right outside the door, man.
So the thing that would have this not happen, which again you always have to look at the other side, or you're just being a problem, right? Would I guess some sort of deal is struck? That would be the shock event that would send oil lower. So that's what we have to kind of keep an eye on out there, because that's what you're looking for. You're trying to combine a couple things, the positioning, but the positioning doesn't matter unless there's a price shock in the other direction. I always use AMC as an example. Everyone's like, oh, everyone's short AMC. It's like, yeah, well, it's junk. It's going to zero. So these guys, they're short from like $100 a share and it's $2 a share. There is no event that can happen that can scare them. But with oil, you need the positioning to be messed up, which it is. We know every large institution out there net short as they've been in years. And then you need an event to make them wrong to force them to cover and push higher. So that's kind of potentially what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's the perfect recipe.
Pre-market,
it's a perfect recipe, and it's already been a really nice breakout on the XLE. A lot of traders are positioned for this upside. So news catalysts coming in and news flow adding to the gas pedal, I think just creates tailwind here. And, one of the things that I would look at is we were already starting to see oil kind of go on that bottom range, right? Now, where's the top range going to go? I think that's what you need to look at. Oil is always going to bounce into a range, right? Where is the top range? Where can we stop? What's the next levels, right? So
80, 83, 84.
I think that makes sense.
And that's the thing to keep in mind with oil is that there's a spigot that can be turned. So if oil prices, I don't think we're ever going to see like a 2008.
Come plays a game, right? OPEC comes plays.
Right. So in 2008, for those who weren't trading then, oil went to like $150 a barrel. It was nuts. I don't think there's a world in which you see that again because there's just that mechanism where they can just start to, right? They're like, oh, well, we'll just release more barrels. But so I think it's just one of those where you have to trade short term, right? You got to take your trade. You got to make your money. I think for people who are looking for a silver-esque move in oil are going to be dramatically disappointed. But that doesn't mean it's not a good trade, right? Go from here into the 80s or maybe the 90s. But for me, I'm looking at this, and I'll get your feedback on this too, Jane, is that it has to be fast. Because I know if oil gets too high, OPEC is just going to produce more. It's not like they can't. They can at any time they want, but they're trying to keep prices stable. So I just look at this as I'm kind of fighting that. So I want to get in, and it's going to take them a second for the price to move and then for them to react and push the price back down. So you just have that window of time that I think you have to invest in commodities before they go, okay, let's just crank out many more barrels and just push the price all the way back down.
Well, I know also yesterday morning at the gym, Carney was, or afternoon, sorry, Carney was talking about Nunavut and how they've never made a partnership for drilling more oil. But that could be something as well. If Canada said, hey, we're developing the oil drills up in Nunavut, and that's going to increase the supply overall because there's so much that's untapped up there.
Is it possible to get to? Like, is that would it be a new technology that we'd have to create? Like, I don't know if it's been like a deal problem, or is it just really hard to get to the
No,
oil?
it's the premier of Nunavut that has never agreed to tapping into it up there. So it's an untapped resource.
Okay. Oh, well, yeah, because if we could get to that, that would be huge. Because that's the thing I always talk about with oil. Like, people want to get into oil trading, and I always just kind of remind them that every force on earth is trying to keep the price of oil stable for good purposes, right? It's not, no one wants the price of oil to tank too much, and no one wants it to rally too much, because either of those, it's the same as the dollar, right? The dollar is kind of freaking people out a bit because it's moving too fast. The absolute value of the dollar doesn't matter, because any big company can kind of deal with that, right? They can just, sell contracts and whatever. The speed at a dollar move is what scares people, because it's very hard to adapt your business. So I always look at oil as just think of it like with the airlines, right? They don't really care what the price of oil is. They want to be able to predict it long enough out that they can, bake it into their model. They can sell contracts out of it. They can do that. So you have the demand side that's trying to keep it stable, and you have the supply side with OPEC trying to keep it stable. So that's why you have these. And if you look at oil, it kind of moves like Bitcoin, where it will do nothing for incredibly long periods of time and then just do dramatic shocks one way or another. I don't know if we go far enough back, but no. But yeah, so it will chop around forever, and then like this was the 2020 where it went negative, and then it gets kind of right back to that price, and then it does nothing. So if you're going to trade it, just be fast, which, right, we're all fast traders here, so I don't think that's a problem. But I'm just not going to make an oil investment. I want to if you do that, I think you do that in the individual companies like an ExxonMobil or a Schlumberger or something like that. If you want to trade the physical commodity, you just got to know that if we get too high, there's going to be people looking to push it down. If it gets too low, there's going to be people that are looking to prop it up, and that makes for, again, an incredibly annoying asset to play. That's why you see I'm kind of cynical on oil trading. Probably in my entire
You get
career.
burned by oil.
I think I'm probably, if I went back and I grabbed all of my records, I've probably like net even on oil for my entire trading career, which is annoying because it just means, why have I wasted my time doing anything with it?
Right.
But the last couple trades I made on it, I remember they were fast trades. Like, an event happens, you take a trade, you hold it for a couple days, and then away you go, and just kind of move from there. So
right now, for just looking back and looking at the big money levels, which I follow, over the past year, everything is below us, and then the biggest resistance to be broken is at 69. So it looks like a nice 10% move, and I'm talking oil futures. So that if we go back and look at it, that 69 area, we've got a nice potential 10% move up. But after that, it's got to break through 69, and above 75 would be where, if we can break above 75, we'll see new highs overall, likely because all of the big money stops at 75. So I'd say a nice 10% trade would be my target for that trade, going into the oil futures or trading USO. But I agree, like Schlumberger, it's been spectacular. I got in on earnings and loving that trade so far.
yeah, it's because those guys, I like investing. There's sometimes where I think you just take the physical asset, like a natural gas, something like that. It moves enough that it's worthwhile, and all of those. But when it comes to oil, like for all the reasons we just talked about, with oil by design not going anywhere, you can play these companies knowing that it's up to the company to figure out how to make more money. So Schlumberger is going to make more money by not necessarily the price of the asset going up or down, but are they refining more oil? Are they selling, what's the demand side of things, not so much the underlying price. And I think there's more places to get. So if, again, for people like ETFs, there's what, OIH, and that's the
Mhm.
oil services ETF. And you can see, even with oil not really have been doing anything all year, this oil services ETF has just been rocketing because, right, these guys are going to get from Venezuela, which probably happened somewhere around here, right? They're going to get more refining business. So this is just an ETF. It's a basket of not the asset, not the oil as an asset, but a basket of the companies that, grill and refine and ship and all of that. So this might be another way to take a look at it as well, where you could, in theory, be wrong on the price of the asset, but still make money off these guys. And if you're right on the price of the asset, then these guys are obviously going to make even more money. So, that'd be good for them as well. But I'm looking a little extended here on OIH. A little
Yeah.
pullback, I think, would be nice.
We've also got some good earnings this morning. We've got Corningware, we've got Texas Instruments that have been moving. UNH, which rebounded a little bit. Are we going to see that pull back down? I've got the bigger money down below at 282.82. So it looks like some big money support is in there, and it
Solid
could have a
base.
nice retracement today.
It's a nice solid. Right? It's an easy, like, if people want, I hate the word easy, but for new traders out there, if you want an easy play for mean reversion, right? This thing got absolutely killed. If you're betting that it's going to put a little bounce, you just look, this is a very kind of long, nice base here. And this is just yesterday and today. And you can just risk against that level. So what you're risking against 280, you say, okay, any significant move before 280, I'm out. And then just trade it around that 280 mark. I'll buy some, I'll sell some. Full disclosure, right? If I'm holding something and we're talking about it, I always want to talk about it. I did buy UNH yesterday. I think I talked about it. I think it was on stream. And I just bought UNHG as a way to do it. So this is the double leveraged version of the same thing. And it's because I own some UNH that I got from the last, when like the Warren Buffett got involved. And I've been trading around that position. And then, so I figured for this one, because I just kind of want it to be a trade, I'm going to take UNHG. And I bought some when I talked to you guys, I think right here. And then I think I bought some near the end of the day as well. So my average is higher. I'm definitely down on it, but not a crap ton. So, if we get up into the 250s, 260s or so, I'll probably take most of the position off. And then, if we kind of bounce into the 13s or 14s, this is just a trade. My core UNH position, I'm just keeping unless we have a break of, this prior level right here and a close below it, then I'm just going to hold on to that position. This is kind of a trade around.
And Corningware too. Corningware had good earnings, and it's interesting because it dropped right off of the earnings. And then we had a bit of a bounce. It seems like that 111 area is offering a lot of resistance this morning. Great run into earnings yesterday, a bit of sell-off at earnings. And right now I'm spotting that big money at 106. So if it can break out of that 111 range, we've got some pivots along the way, but 113.50, it looks like it will move quickly up to 116, 117 for me.
Well, yeah, and GLW had news, so I kind of feel bad for holders of this, right? Because it had good news that caused this yesterday, and then now, today the earnings a little bit under there. I think they had a deal with, I think it was OpenAI, which is just your generic, right? You get a deal with OpenAI, you get a 10% push in your stock price just instantly.
It's like the .com era.
Yeah.
It's the AI chat era.
The thing I like about this, right, is this particular era, as someone who, I wasn't trading during .com, but I definitely studied it pretty hard, is you're not getting the insanity that you did then. So I don't think you have the insanity in the other direction, right? Qs haven't moved in 3 months. So it's, we're trying. Hopefully today, speaking of just going through the index, Qs are actually doing pretty well here. And we're getting close to hitting a new all-time high. But yeah, we haven't gotten to the point where we're getting like the insane, double and triple of equity markets. It's been pretty standard kind of move. that we've seen here. And IDA or the SPY, very kind of, I think by like a couple pennies, made a new all-time closing highs yesterday. So congratulations, right? You know, anyone who has been waiting for the end of the world for the last year and a half, make sure you check on them, send them a letter, ask if they're okay, because yeah, they've been having a hard time over there.
Yeah. Well, that's it. They always want to say doom and gloom, and then once we have Kramer, oh my goodness, you got to buy this high. It's going so much higher. That's when you got to pay attention. The inverse Kramer ETF. When
Yeah,
he starts
unfortunately.
selling it, or when he starts talking about buying, be aware. Might be time to sell.
How happy do you think Kramer was when that inverse Kramer ETF went bankrupt? Do you think he just like sat there like chuckling, like selling his sitting and drinking when he had to shut that down because no one liked it? I think he didn't say anything, so you know, good on him for that one. But yeah, I bet he had
I would have
an
said
internal.
something.
I would have. I would have been like,
I want to know, is there one for Kathy Woods? Because she seems like the new Kramer.
Of course there is.
SARK.
Sark.
Actually.
Sark in it, man.
Right.
But don't worry, I wouldn't bet on this, man. I know that everybody hates on Kathy Wood, but she's going to have her day in the sun, guys, at some point. So if you can hang out long enough, you can have your day on the sun also. I agree with that for all swing traders. If you hang out long enough, you might have your day in the sun.
Maybe.
Yeah,
certainly.
She survived, right? She hasn't disappeared, and that's what most people thought would happen, that she would just go away, and she has not gone away.
Have you checked out the earnings for Next Power? That's a nice power move. That's up
NXT?
18 points, 17% today.
Oh, NXT. Yeah. This is the energy trade they've been talking about. And NXT is specifically in that energy trade, using solar for data centers, things like that. The energy trade is alive. That's why I think the XLE trade is here to stay. That's why. Because of the energy trade overall. All energy plays are going higher. And minerals are going higher, materials. This is literally an epic time for energy. If there's ever a time for oil stocks to kind of get hot here, it's now. And that's why I also like coal plays. Yesterday playing METC, BTU. I mean, black gold is looking good too. All energy, literally everywhere you look. Solar, coal, lithium. What do you want to talk? You know, you look at BE making kind of new highs, things like that. CEG is a target for me today. I'm starting to look to see if this one can turn around. The monthly lows are right around this area, and this stock has had this kind of move before where it takes monthly kind of ranges back down, and then we come back through. So 300 above for CEG would be an interesting play. Ooh, serve. My swing is doing well. Of course, yesterday's top trade, the swing trade, was Rich Tech. We'll look for that to come back into play towards the 480s, 50% retracement. But I do have serve on from 1208, and I called that trade right here live in front of you guys and said, look at this relationship play. Look how this is going to make me money. Well, it definitely made me money yesterday. So that's what you got to do sometimes, guys. Alert and plug powers out the gates. I like this move. Oh, yes, I do. I do too. I'm going to try to get some plug.
All right, so I've got everything set up here. Yeah, and just the SPY, you know, just for indexes, we're at all-time highs now. You know, like we talked about before, we've got JPOW, and then we've got a whole bunch of earnings and all kinds of craziness going on. So I think it's, you know, a little chill out time to just see what happens, right? I'm never aggressive. The bot's going to do what the bot's going to do, but I'm not going to trust any of the moves, right? I'm really not going to trust the rallies. I'm really not going to trust the sell-offs. I'm not going to, just because the amount of times that a pre-FOMC meeting I've gotten kind of too aggressive one way or another has just not been fun. So, you know, just take your time today is basically what I'm trying to say, is that there's no rush. There's going to be a whole bunch of crazy activity definitely to play off of. Speaking of UNH, that me and Jane were just talking about there. It's trying to go here. So it has this kind of clean pre-market support. So a nice little break of that just to get started. So we'll see if it can hold that area. Again, not just important because it's a big gap down to play, but also important because it's a huge component of the Dow and a lot of the major indices. So, it's important to, crazy watching that thing on a 1 minute, but it's looking
I
to
got
be
some
interesting.
plug. I'm watching SMR and looking for some FSIL in the day trade. Oh yeah, I like this.
We have oil up nicely as well. We do have the oil numbers coming out at 10 a.m. today. So that could affect all the oil stocks for those, 10:30, for all those people trading oil stocks. Be aware if you want to lock profit, potentially it's like an earnings. Just be aware.
Didn't even look. Do we even have anything else? Oh, we have oil, but that's it.
Oil
Bank
and
of Canada
FOMC.
conference, but who cares? I don't think they're planning on doing anything anymore. We cut real early and a whole lot. I think they're just holding for now.
Unless, Carney says, okay, we agreed to be the 51st state.
Yeah. Good luck.
That'll never happen.
Silver, it's important to note, but I'm still short this silver. Now I'm down a little bit on it, but nothing to really. I'm going to put a time stop on this. So this is something I want to talk about as well, right? So I'm just risking against this high. There is a world in which nothing happens. So I just want to make sure that my capital is not tied up too long. So I'm going to give it a week. I shorted somewhere around here, somewhere around $100, and I bought that. I even forgot what it is, ZSL or something.
ZSL, yeah. And ZSL, I still see at 187.
Yeah, and just just took a trade there, and obviously not betting the house or anything. And yeah, risking against a close above this price, I'm just going to move on and looking just to get kind of into this area, the low 90s or high 80s or something. But just want to talk about when you do trades like this, there's a world in which we just bop around this level for like weeks. And that annoys me more than even losing money, just tying up capital, doing absolutely nothing. So I'd rather just go, enough. So I'm putting a week, right? One week from entry. If I don't see like significant progress in my direction, I just kill it. There goes UNH just popping there off the open. So
You buying the dollar? Another knife? Take that dollar knife?
I saw you mention that, and I did go look at.
I'd rather go on the long side.
Yeah,
With
that's what I was
silver
saying.
and metals.
Well,
Physical.
that's what if you look, the positioning isn't crazy on the dollar. It's about neutral. So for me to really catch a falling knife, I want to see that everybody is wrong. And I just haven't seen any crazy amount of positioning one way or the other. So I don't know. It would be a way to play if you wanted to more safely, I guess, play a revision in commodities. Because if the dollar starts to move higher, you're probably going to see a lot of these commodities drift a little bit lower. So it's a way to look at it. It's just nothing. I don't see anything there for my whole positioning thing for that. First trade came through in an NUAI to the short side. Just to wrap up yesterday, it was a good day. It was another $200 day or so. What was that stock that I forgot, NUWE or something?
NUWE.
Is that, I can't remember whether
Yeah,
I made, no, I definitely
how
made
did
money
that
off
battle
that,
go?
so. I was short, so that was a good one. So I'll take it.
So Michael won.
Yes. Well, that was the one thing you could know.
Clear winner. All right.
Oh, here's some more come through. MNRO to the short side and RR to the short side.
You might also see RGNX pop up. I mapped out a trade on that one this morning.
Ooh,
and
all kinds of stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Amazon
FDA
short.
Update our Regen X Bio's gene therapy. That's the reason why it fell.
Starbucks short. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, exclusively trading to the short side on these. Again, like we talked about, I exclusively trade from the long side for my swing side. So it kind of makes sense to focus, I think, on the short side on the day trading side. just will create some mental conflicts when a robot's shorting something on the day trading side of things and then buying it on the swing trading side of things. But it's one of the beauties of having a prop firm and a broker. They can do different things, and that's totally okay.
All right, good
A little
action on
spike
plug
in
right out the
silver.
gates there.
Silver is starting to rally here off the open.
RCAT rallying, that's a good play today, of course, with all that war talk. I also liked AVAV if it could come back red to green today below 310s. So I'm looking for that to break 310s here right out the gates, and then I'll be looking for a play in that. That's pulling back. That would be an interesting play off the 300 level. So you have to risk big, right? You have to give a good range there, but I think this would be great, especially like, let's say if I can get a 308 entry or 305 entry, would love to take a shot on this daily chart, especially with the war conversation. War starts, this stock could really boom in AVAV. RCAT, UMAC, definitely going to be in play today. ITA, another one to watch for a red to green action later in the day. There's that 310 starting to break, so might take a shot there in that AVAV.
What's this one? So that's the open gross up there. And then I think there's one for the close. I gotta grab today's net. There we go. That's what we're looking at. So we're up $20, guys. Let's all go to the dollar store. Let's pick out something fun.
Buy some food because that's the thing that sells the most.
You laughed at me for the RR. I didn't do anything. It's the system. So yeah, this is from the hangover system, right? So I'm just looking for unusual move higers, and then they gap down under yesterday's high. And then the trigger for all of these is a simple 5-minute opening range break. I was getting really cute with the triggers to try to do that, but it's just, there's one of those things that, yes, could you probably do something a little bit fancier and maybe be a little more advanced, but you have to always weigh simplicity as well, right? Sometimes it's better to have a suboptimal entry and to just make it more simple, right? So far, we're working on most of these. NUAI is about flat. RNO is working. RR, Amazon working a little bit, and then Starbucks to the short side. That one's working a little bit as well. Again, three R targets, which means that 90% of the time the target won't get hit. That's a lofty target, especially considering the size of these stop losses. I'm not scalping these. I'm just kind of going as well, right?
Why not 4-1?
I tested, right? That's the beauty of it. I can go back and I can say 4-1, 3-1 was optimal, and then everything else was kind of exactly like you expect. If you did a 1.5 or a 2-1, you were right way more often, and your equity curve was way more consistent and way smoother, but you didn't have these abnormal spikes higher. As soon as I went to like 2 or 3-1, every now and then you would have a day in which you short, and then all of these junk names just completely fall apart, and then you just make a ton of money. And those are the days that, especially because it's robotic, it's easy for me to give it that shot. And then 4 or 5. Yeah, Tax talking about UNH. UNH is doing amazing here. So great. My UNHG is, I haven't looked yet. Let me look. Yeah, my UNHD is doing well. I'm well up on it now, so that's good. And yeah, I'll take it.
I think it's a good lesson also of not catching the first day knife, right? This is not the first day knife. This is not like playing it yesterday, guys. That's why I personally was a stay away yesterday, because you're playing with the knife day, like the downside day. Now today you have what? Levels, risk, right?
Yeah, for day trading.
That's the
For
key.
me, these were the reason I bought it yesterday is swing,
That's the
right?
key.
So I just want to.
Yeah, you're trying to buy into weakness on there. And so day traders most of the time want to buy into strength. They don't want to buy into weakness. It doesn't
Well,
normally
that
make
mean
sense.
reversion, right? That's a lot of it. It was so overextended. It was one of the worst earnings trades. And if you look back in 2 days, it dropped what, 70 points, right?
Yeah.
350 down to 282. You would expect maybe a move up to 295 easily.
Well, that's kind of, for me, I would love, I don't know what the equivalent on UNHG is, but I'm looking for, give me like 300s to 310s, right? Back maybe to test these lows, or yeah, these lows right here around 310. If we come back to that zone, that will be perfect for me. Again, I've got some UNH that I just own because I had a couple of really good trades on it earlier. And then this is just a trade. This is just a trade around. I'm not expecting the moon on this. The point is that I'm trying to generate a little bit of money off this kind of boring stock that I'm planning on just holding forever. And I just, and unless health insurers cease to exist, this at some point in our lives will be back to like $600, right? Which is just the high that it was recently. But I think it's important to just say, especially for swing traders, you can have a core position and a core idea, then you can trade around that core idea, right? If it gets a little bit too extended, you sell, and then it comes back and it dips and puts in a nice support, you buy some. So if you're planning on holding, I don't know, $10,000 worth of UNH, maybe you allow yourself to buy $15,000 worth, and you're trading that $5,000 kind of in and out, knowing that you have that core position that you're just trying to make a couple bucks, stay engaged on, while that other position just kind of flops around.
Morning,
What up,
guys.
bud?
Snuck in there.
How you feeling?
Hey, doing a little better. Thanks for
There you go.
holding down the
SP 500 hit 7,000 for the first time ever. Congratulations for all that participate to the upside, for all that celebrate. Congratulations. Oh, I guess Trump is now tweeting about it on True Social as well. So saying America is back. It wasn't back when we were at 6,900, but it's back now. We're at 7,000. Random number of the collection.
I like the dollar. I like the dollar where it is. I like that it's just falling through the roof.
Well, he kind of gave away the plot.
And that dollar dropping's just going to drive those commodities up, right? That inverse relationship, or at least it should. It should.
Speaking of which,
yeah, you're right. He gave away the ghost there, didn't he, Steve? Where a lot of people are trying to deny that he's trying to tank the dollar. Which, again, there are arguments to be made for a low dollar. Like, absolutely, right? You can go and say, okay, well, if your dollar's low, then employing your people and buying things from your country is cheaper. So if you are trying to build things and ship things to other countries, you want a low dollar. That's what China's been doing for like ages, right? 100 years. They've been actively manipulating their dollar lower because it makes cheaper to buy their things. Generally, you don't say that. Like publicly, it's one of those things that like everyone kind of thinks about, but you don't actively try to do it. But on the other side, it makes it harder to buy things from other countries. So it's just depending on, so you're making things that are purchased in China essentially more expensive, and you're making things that are made in America essentially cheaper by tanking the dollar, right?
Tesla earning day, guys. That thing looks like it's on an earnings day run. Sometimes they run on earnings. That seems to me like an earnings day run. Tesla, big push up to 437. Could look for a pullback back down towards like 432s. Try to get it low. That's what I like to do, Tesla. I don't like to chase it. I look for deep pullbacks, almost where it washes out the prior 15-minute candle and then right back up. So I'll be watching to see if Tesla gets back there to the 432 area. I wouldn't mind taking a shot there. Watching Rich Tech below 460s. That's the 50% retracement to 61.8. Trade idea has already been out there on Twitter. I might take the shot there at 460s. We'll look for it to hit 460s or 462s and then start working back through the 470, 480 area. Rich Tech.
I like that. That's a strong name this week. Really nice push there.
Guess who already nailed it for the week, bro? Come on,
Boom.
man. Come on, man.
Love it. I'm sniping, or I'm hunting uranium here, hoping to get a good entry. I got a starter, but I don't have enough. I feel like this one might run. Really liking the look of UUU in particular, but also keep an eye on that UEC there.
Looking good here on that Rich Tech chart. I'm gonna take the shot here.
IAU, a gold trade, had 61% short volume. So if this one breaks 99.50, we could see a bit of a squeeze on it. It has
Lottery.com moving today, guys. Who's feeling like gambling? SEGG. Lottery.com.
Oh yeah, that one was
That
moving before.
crazy. Yeah, that was a wild one. It got halted down like $2 or something the other day.
Has a setup on the 90
All
MA
right,
right now today.
Yeah,
Rich,
Kick
I'm
it off
doing it.
150.
I'm going to go small.
Yeah, like this is what.
Yeah,
Just be
that
careful
150
because yeah,
recovery is the level, right? So as long as it can hold 150 now, I think you're looking good here. It's a daily recovery, right? And it's also what a washout right before the gates,
If
140.
it can break 170 for me, I'm going to get in small, 100 shares.
Yeah, and then you have your levels, right? I think this is an important type of look where as long as you know where your levels are, you have your out levels, right? So
well, that's the kind of trading that Crow says that he does, right? Is that most of his stuff he's looking from the swing trading side of things, but because trades like this eat up so little buying power, right? You're talking there's going to be like $150 worth of buying power. They're like engagement tools, right? Maybe at the end of the year, you've made enough to buy yourself a hot tub or something. It's like good for you, and that's how a lot of people. I know a lot of swing traders that do that, right? They want to keep themselves engaged and interested and everything, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I got back into day trading, is because I'm sitting on all this margin buying power that I just really am uncomfortable going into overnight. So why not employ that and build some of these day trading strategies out and employ that into not planning on, I know my bread and butter is always going to be from the swing trading side of things, but if I can take some of these scalps, use something like Trade the Pool and get 200K worth of their money and then put a couple hundred in K worth of my money into it, then great. At the end of the year, it's some bucks.
I'm seeing actually on the big picture for SEGG that big money is down at 94 cents.
money
So
coming back into Rich Tech here. I'm looking to maybe take a shot here.
UNH continues its march higher here, so they're trying. Now this will get interesting if we get to yesterday's high, because even yesterday's high is still, you gotta remember, this was the Medicare news, and then this was the earnings news. So the fact that we're just grinding and we're right back, not even to yesterday's high, for revision of the mean thing again, give me 310 or so, and I'll be a happy camper. And
Rich Tech back to
moved
490s.
on. Right here.
Perfect trade setup now. It's stuck between the 483s and 465, which is a 50 to 61.8 retracement. Now we'll look to see if some strength can come in here and some buyers step up here at the 490s. I would love to see an attempt back to the 480s and then quick sweeps back towards 5.
We are seeing a pretty substantial sell-off there on SPY. Sold off about a buck
Yeah.
and a minute or two there.
I talked about it before the open that I think today's the perfect day for the market to actually end red. It's just a lovely setup that I always like to see, which is scare everybody and then let the earnings bring things back. So,
Yeah.
So what is it that's drawing it down, right? I see Lily down. I have an ETF watch list. I don't
Yeah,
really see
healthcare,
that much that's
industrials.
down. So is this a drop it on the ETF,
It's
but
the
really
aerospace
we're going to
trade.
rebound it after FOMC?
They're coming after the space trade. Aerospace and defense down big today, and all of them taking the hit. This is why I love watching industries and sectors, right? So this
All
would
right,
be
I'm
like
in
quick
on
insight.
SEGG.
So,
I'm liking it.
I actually like RKLB to the short side here. Those types of names could be starting to come right back down. That one's actually up here. A lot of these are starting to break down like Saidu and things like that. So watch for the aerospace and defense trade that is red, right? Those defense names are going red right now, LMT. Why? Because there's no real attack here. It's just a hype, and now we'll see what happens. If we do get an attack, these spike. But for the short term, they might be on the pullback here.
For what it's worth, I am still long a Rocket Lab swing and an ASTS swing, but I'm happy to trim. I'm kind of antsy because of the reasons you're describing. So I like when somebody's kind of on the other side of my trade because it makes me be more of a realist here. So I'm taking some off the table just in case we don't get this breakout here because I am seeing what you're seeing, a little weakness.
And you
there.
also have on that ASTS chart what I always love to see, which is trend line approach. So the sell there is not a bad thing. On the daily, it hits the trend line right there on the hammer on 116. right? So I always look for that. So, and sometimes I feel like a lot of traders are trying to see breakouts on trend lines. I'm trying to sell on trend lines.
I love
Like
that because
I'm
we
trying to
don't need
sell
to
on trend
be.
lines.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
targets.
Well, we
Yeah,
don't need
use
to
them
be.
as targets, right? Use them as targets. Let people chase the breakouts. You can just nail trades back to the trend line, right? Like this could have easily been a bought off support. I'm selling it there at 115, 116.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
a
I can
target.
reload at 110, right? And so there's nothing wrong with that mentality, right? And so I think more and more, if you think about it, what are the percentages that stocks go to trend lines and then break out versus what are the percentages of them just getting to the trend line and pulling back? I think you have a higher probability that it goes to the trend line and pulls back.
Yeah,
Just
I
like
think
with
that's.
UNH, the high of yesterday, and then a potential sell from there. They fake out the breakout, fake out.
Hmm.
It's
And it's
it's so much easier just trading the trend line like you're talking about than trying to predict. It's like everybody wants to be a fortune teller, but we just have to trade what we see. Makes it a lot
RR.
simpler.
Reason why I sold RR yesterday. What was it on the daily? And this is why I sell these all the time. I have to look at the daily. Is this just a trend line approach, right? Are we just trying to make an approach up towards kind of trend lines and then pull back? And that's just an extension. And now I'd be looking for reloads to try to get back in, right? But it doesn't mean that it's always going to go to trend line and then break out and then continuation, right? So looking for trend lines is the way that I like to trade sometimes. Starbucks, another chart that I gave, I gave this out on the 21st of January, and it's already up there towards the trend line approach. So look for those types of trades, guys. I think those are some of the best.
That's what I'm seeing as well on CL and USO. That we've got that breakout that's of the longer term trend that we were talking about earlier, and the futures for oil just look like we've got a year worth of big money below us, and we've got the futures. We've got a downward trend potential breakout coming.
All right, we'll see what happens out there. You still short on your Starbucks, Michael? That was a good opening short, and you
Yep.
kept it. There you go.
Yep.
Looks good. Starbucks loves the reverse and pull back drastically, so I could see that going to 99. I don't know where your target profit is, but it looks definitely in play.
87. I told you they're
Okay.
really wide profit. It's essentially I know that profit target very, very likely won't get hit. It's mostly just going to be an end of day sale.
Yeah.
Amazon looks like it's turning to stop me out here. So that might be the first one.
Amazon was a long call out on the playbook yesterday. That was one that I messed up, guys. That's like one of those where if the playbook would have just played, that would have been a nice win, right? So, reason why we had Amazon on there, earnings next week. It's just a run into earning. And then the Nancy Pelosi husband buy gave it more and more investors watching to load in Amazon. I know that sounds stupid, but I jump on catalysts like that only if the timing makes sense, like this, where the earnings is next week, right? So there's like a multi-catalyst coming into play. It's by the rumor now, and you're seeing Amazon on the takeoff. All right, guys, not seeing too much out there. What are you guys seeing out there? I'm looking around. I'm trying to find some trades that make
Silver
sense.
seems to be testing the high of pre-market from above, so it could bounce here.
Okay. Yep.
We got Bloom Energy on a blue skies breakout through all-time highs. So my runners there are
So if you like that one, dude, I would give you FLNC. I think
I'm
this
already
hasn't
in that one too, brother.
broken. There you go. I started to mention this one. You want to know where? $7.
That's a trade. Yeah, I love these names. Another one that I'm looking at is TE. It's a little bit different. It's I think solar, but the same kind of relatively small market cap, relatively explosive setup there, and in the energy space, the energy solutions for data centers.
Let's take an FLNC trade on the day trade side. Let's see what we can do. Let's go for a quick one here. See if we can just rip right back up. See the spreading out here. Going to look for a quick rip back towards the 3060s. $31 break would be the sell. See if we can get a quick one up there. All right. Another trade, PDYN, right? That's one trade that I'm keeping an eye on.
Yeah,
I'm
I
in
think that's
some
on our list as
IRE,
well.
by the way. I got filled on a pullback there in the data center plays. That's leveraged IREN. So,
Mm.
yeah, grain of salt there. Maybe not the leverage there, but I'm a fan of these names still.
I like CEG for the dip buy today. I might take a shot on that, but it's just hard to do in a kind of Fed day, right? Like I'm trying not to openly expose myself into tonight because you don't know what can happen, right? Let's just be honest. If it just becomes atrocious tonight, where could the market open tomorrow? Pretty bad. And you could be down pretty big just because of Microsoft, just because of Meta, just because of Tesla, right?
You
And
know,
so
I
that's why
always
I don't like to expose myself on days like today.
I feel like they always make it look like it's going to be a short for those earnings. They make it look horrendous and then they squeeze them.
Oh
Yep.
I
yeah,
mean, for years, it's
that's
been, hey, everything is awful, doom and gloom. They drop it down and then they squeeze it. So it almost feels like buy the close for those into earnings because I've watched them so many times and I've
yeah.
watched this, watch that movement happen year after year after quarter, the same sort of setups before earnings on those.
If you think about it, it really is a great opportunity to get some of that quote unquote market manipulation. Really, just that using these binary catalysts to kind of get a better position for your bias. So if you're long and there's two events of the day and you're bullish on the second one, you are much more willing to step out early. On this early morning
Yeah,
low volume drift up.
cancel your
Yeah,
bids and just say I'm gonna bid later.
yeah,
And
exactly.
it's what we talk about all the time with I know from my experience working with hedge funds that they're going to do just that. They're going to say there's these big binary events. We're not going to buy right before them. We're just going to pull back and we're going to wait and do our if then analysis. And then as soon as that binary event's over, that's when you flip on the algos, right? Because it's, I want to buy Apple. Well, I'm going to buy it right here. We're going to wait a couple days till earnings are out. And then when earnings are out, regardless of whether they're good or bad, we have our theory that we want to buy Apple. We'll just wait till then. So I 100% agree with that, Steve, that there's just a lot of people that are probably looking to buy the market that are like, why would I put the money to risk right before J Powell comes on, especially if he comes on real mad about this DOJ thing and just starts like cursing, like slurs and the whole nine. Like there are risks. We know what the Fed's going to do, but there is that little risk. And because these guys, they don't have a time horizon of a couple days, they have time horizons of weeks and months. So just wait an hour and flip it on then, right? They're not like us. They're not antsy junkies looking to make trades on penny stocks, right?
I like this lottery to pick. We're gonna see if it breaks the
SEGG.
170 now.
Yeah.
Let's see. The chart is there. I'm definitely oversized. I gotta cut this. I hate
On
it.
SEGG. I'm
Yeah,
still in it.
the problem is I opened it up too big and it's gonna the 5% rule
I
is gonna
see the
cut
big
me out.
money level at 167. So if it can, they've dropped it down. It was at 168, 167, bounced off of the 15-second 161 EMA. I'm learning stuff here. Learning stuff.
I'm gonna close it just because the position's too big, guys. It's not because it's just because the share size is not there for me to even take the position. The rules say that I can't take this one. So if I just kept that on, I would have ended up losing no matter what. So you just take it off. Why do you lose no matter what? The position's going to be taken off even if it's a winner. So
I'm just reading
let
some
it go.
news about some ACA subsidy deal bill to be talked about today or tomorrow. Some Congress person or whatever that's working on it was interviewed and said they think they have the bill good to go. So I guess keep an eye on that'd be probably more UNH stuff and all that to the good or the bad, who knows? But just some healthcare rumblings.
Yeah, it's a volatile space right now. I don't know really how to parse the price action other than just I sure wish I followed when I saw that insider sell a few days ago on UNH.
Oh
I
yeah,
would
the
have been very bullish
congressman or
forward.
something that dumped his the guy who comes up with the Medicare prices, dumping $500,000 worth of UNH.
All right, we've got some movement for SEGG up above 170. It's at 173 now. Looking for the 175 break.
You can have that one, Jane. I hope you enjoy it.
You guys are sucking me into the small caps again. I'm telling you. I'm mapping them out in the mornings.
At least it wasn't the worst one to look at, right? At least it's a company that exists. Lottery, I think it exists. Last time I checked.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think they exist? Have you been to their website?
Chart.
It could be American Rebel too, for all we know.
And I'll have to tell you guys in behind the scenes what I also follow that help targets and stuff like that.
And yeah, don't, they sucked me back into the small caps too, so don't worry, they'll do it. This is gonna run.
Hold on. Cause Steve's not trading small caps. So are you guys here saying that Mitch is bringing you guys back in?
Mitch, oh my goodness, we're going up to 191. We're going up to 191. I'm telling you now, 191.
I'll give Kevin the blame on this one.
All right. Well, Kevin's out there somewhere.
Well, I was going to say he's not here right now. He'll be here tomorrow, so I can blame him today, and then it's behind his back. It's easier.
Big money has just moved to 175, 174. All right.
Enjoy it. We have faith. Yes, definitely. We have faith. Airplane Jane taking off here.
So I just think the best way to look at them is like options, right? It's you're trading these like tiny speculative things that move around and could disappear tomorrow, but you take like Jane, you take 100 shares, but say that was
I took 100 shares. It's fun, right? The risk is small, but that potential reward could be amazing.
Yeah, you make $50, right? You make $100. You go, okay, cool. You're not looking to.
Honestly, you play these with 100 shares and you keep playing that game, $50, $25 of risk. Watch you run into $500 winners. The key is you have to run into them. You have to run into them, right?
You know what I look at this as well is this is all about timing entries and exits and being decisive and practicing that exit. So for a newer trader, I would never say go big, but it's going to force you to be decisive. Like you got out right away, right? Because of the requirements. And so you start becoming decisive with your thoughts, which is a lot of trading. You have to understand and trust yourself. Okay, I know that I'm trusting my tools right now, that I see that this is likely going to move higher because of my tools. Great. I'm trusting it. And the risk is not at a place mentally where I'm going to beat myself up and go, oh, it went down a penny. I'm down $1,000, right? No, that's not the point. It's you want to.
That's why I was mentioning kind of like options, right? Is that you are, the beauty of options is that you can cap your downside. So if you're buying 200 shares of this, if Jane, if you went to bankrupt tomorrow, you'd be like, I lost $300. Right? It's a trip to the grocery store. It's not that big of a deal. And then if you're right and the thing just explodes higher and you have some plan, and even if that only happens every couple months, you get one of those things that just goes nuts and this thing becomes a $10 stock at the end of the day. You're like, well, great. Right? You're not looking to make a living off it, but you can make, I think, with these, and that's why I'm looking at them a lot from these. From the short side and from systematizing it is with these wide, incredible stops or targets. I know they're not going to get hit very often, but every now and then I expect to like log into my machine right at the close when I'm exiting the positions and go, oh, great. I'm up a couple $100, up $1,000 today. Oh, great. And you just get, it's the whole stay alive long enough to get lucky. Right. And
long PDYN guys looking for this to start jumping off the 820s bottom. I can see 3 bottoms here. Support coming into play right around the 830s, 820 area.
And Michael, I agree with you too. It's like the bread and butter is the swings. And then this is the fun. This is going to the parks and the, Disney, Universal. This is the parks exhilaration, fun trade that's minimal risk, but fun to trade.
Well, and it's an engagement tool. So some of the reasons that I actually have a smaller account, it's maybe 1/10 of the size of my real account for discretionary trades still, even though I'm a systematic trader, is for engagement. It's to sit down and to hit a couple buttons and to force your brain to start thinking about things, because all of a sudden you don't know where your next best system will come from, but it might come from just a random trade that you weren't really risking much on, you weren't looking to make a ton on. But I have that discretionary account to do things like this. Like now that I've done really well on it from this systematic or from the commitment to trader standpoint, then I go, okay, well, maybe it's worthwhile me going and importing a bunch of data from commitment of traders and starting to run, and then maybe it becomes a system. So you're kind of playing can turn into something down the road where you actually end up going and taking serious, or it may not, and you don't know, and that's why you play so small that it doesn't really matter either way. UNH looking interesting here. We're bull flagging, I guess you could say, or basing. If you go into like a 1 or a 2 minute chart, so it had the big strong push off the open, and now so it'll be interesting to see if we get maybe another turn or a leg higher here.
I put a sell order in for 204. That's going to be my target. I'm just going to sit and watch it now in the breakout.
Just want to note here, there's only 3 sectors in the green from the open now, and 2 of them just barely, and energy even might go red here. So, yeah, it's looking like that day that I talked about where they're trying to come back and go red here. SPY's dropping fast. VIX seems like a play here.
I love that tack. A new degen is made every day. There we go. We made another one.
Yeah, you're seeing that drop in the SPY, guys, so I'd be careful there. Now you might see some names start to drop. So I'd even maybe make a bet on Microsoft dropping here. Starting to drop here. Looks interesting. Got some setups there for sure. Or you could also maybe look to see if the Qs start to pull back also, right? We'll see what happens there. Qs have been weak.
Ooh. What's going on here in silver?
Yeah, that's called running into a short right
That's
there.
a tip. They turned off the algos and they dropped it, and then they just turned it back on.
That's a bigger trader shorting, guys. That seems like clear levels. Why? Because I know that earlier this week I wanted to short 105. That seemed like the level, and it broke through that. It went to 106, and I said, no, you know what? Hands off. I think there's someone positioned in above 105, and he's big.
Well, that $32 million, I've been tracking that position. I'm rooting for him. He's a big swing. So yeah, he did 32 million.
I got any trades on it.
Oh, well, I'm short silver now. As you can see, it happened just as.
Yeah, why not?
There was 13.2 million at 104.08. There was 127,000 there.
AU seems interesting for a bet too.
Yeah, that 32 million
dropping here. They're basically saying that the market over panic hedged the dollar weakness, right? And we're expecting nothing burger here, so we sell the hedge.
Look at the dollar starting to push.
Oh, this is what's going on. Passing on U.S. dollar.
That's why I wanted to take that dip buy, right?
If we have sound policy, money will flow back in. So they're starting to. I think you're right, Steve. They're starting to talk about the dollar, right? They're starting to.
I'm gonna take
the
100
dollar
shares.
is easy to prop up.
Are you doing UUP?
Right?
Yep, just took it right now. I took 100 shares there. Why? Because I can risk off the 26.58. I'll take this bet.
The UUP, yeah. So you got Bassett.
I see massive volume yesterday too. 720,000.
Yeah, I was thinking about taking this in the after hours. You guys saw my comment, and as soon as Trump started saying, "Oh no, I don't care about the dollar," yeah, pun intended. Yeah, you do, dude. You might have brought it down. You might have gotten it to a level where now you're realizing everybody's talking about it. Well, now you bring it back.
And that's the thing, is the dollar is easy to, I don't even want to use the word manipulate. The dollar is easy for a country to control, right? We saw it with Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Japan was sick of people bullying their dollar, and they basically just did a press conference and were saying, we're not letting you anymore. And then the dollar went up. So they just, right? The threat of, we will change interest rates, we'll buy back securities, there's a lot of things that governments can do to change the price of their dollar. So yeah, we just saw it very recently in Japan. I can actually even show you if you go USD JPY. You can zoom in right on the chart and you can actually just find. Oh, that's not right. USD JPY. Let's do the interactive brokers. It was, I think, right here where they said that's enough. No, sorry. It was the turn. It was right here where it dropped from 160 to 140 in pretty much a straight line. And that was them not even doing anything. That was them saying they'll do stuff. They're like, we're done. We're done with you guys with our yen carry trade, bullying the dollar around. And then I think later it came back up and they actually had to act and they just sold, or they bought back. They said, we're going to buy back a bunch of our dollars. And yeah, there's a lot of games they can do, right?
It would make sense here. I'll take the shot there. I took the shot on the TLT trade, and that was also a great trade there. I'll take the shot on this one. Right, look at the TLT. It's holding well. It's strong, pushing right now. This also seems like a good little dip buy here, right back in. We'll see what happens.
You do TLT, or what is it? TMF? Is that
TMF? That's the one I did, and I cashed.
Leveraged.
I'm glad I cashed into it. I did a 3-day move. It eventually did a 4-day move, but that's why I love selling into 3-day moves.
Yeah. Well, and if that's your time frame, right? If that's what you're trying to do, then you got to take your time frame and just be okay if it moves without you. Just say that wasn't, my play was.
All right, guys, I'm heading out for the day. Have a great one.
Take care, Jay.
Peace.
Have fun with that lottery.
Still watching
Hopefully
that
you get
trade.
yourself
I got my order to sell at 204.
a nice lotto. A nice lotto.
Good luck.
It's my lottery trade, yes.
Cover Starbucks maybe if you're lucky. Yeah, so everything's holding on okay-ish, right? And when it comes to the Qs, we're still up 0.5%. Yeah, it's giving some back, but we do have a little bit to give back there. SPY, yeah, it's pulling back a bit, but we're still up just a little bit. And look at this move. Like, we do need some amount of rest or correction after just straight line day after day. Up she goes. So a little bit of pullback makes sense. Eyes for me are going to be on the silver trade, because if that was it, if that's the rug pull, again, I have a decent little position, nothing huge in this ZSL or whatever it is, but I want to watch that close, because that's not something, again, I don't think silver is crashing. I don't think it's going to go to wherever it was before, but I just think there is a little bit of a shot, a little bit of a trade to be made there. I just want to make sure I'm not getting greedy with it.
RR seeming like it wants to start holding here. This would be my bet to take now if I'm going to take one on RR, right? So I got to just consider it if I want to take it on a day like today. So it's kind of like the SPY's on that pullback, and it just makes me hard to take swings today, guys. The SPY is just doing what I expected it to do. Fake to the upside, make it look bullish on the day, now bring it down. And this to me is all institutions like just trying to wash retail on a day like today. So just be careful out there, guys. I don't think it's a day to kind of go crazy when you see this action on the SPY. And I don't know if you guys are seeing it, but this doesn't look good. This is what holds me back on a day like today. It's what makes me want to even cut plug. Like, as much as I love the chart, if the market's just going to keep fading like this and we're just going to get this ugly move now, well, that might ruin tons of trades, right? So, you could have had a really good looking trade, and then now you're getting this turn, right? So quick turn, not what I want to see. Hopefully it helps my dollar trade, right? So hopefully the dollar can just take off, right?
That's what I think is happening with. I don't think this silver move has anything to do with silver, right? I think this silver move
it has everything to do with the dollar. I agree. I think you're right on that one, man.
Yeah, I think it's 100% just what's happening for the dollar, and it's just that this Besant guy is just out there right now talking about dollars. So
he heard Trump say yesterday that he didn't care about the dollar being down that much, and he was
the
like,
Treasury
"I'm going to go
Secretary
do damage control out there right now."
Let me go back. And as the Treasury Secretary, yeah, the dollar is kind of important.
Kind of. I might want to go out there and say that it's important. SLGB, the shipper of the day. I've been seeing shipping stocks start to make moves, guys. Don't know why that is. It might be because they're expecting war, but there are some names starting to push there in that space. SLGB, your shipper of the day.
Nice little bid attempt here on SPY. We'll see if that was digging deep enough.
I see that candle, yeah.
The chop continues. The thing is, you need to get back there, and it's one of these where, what did we do on the 15? We did a trend line approach. That's why I like settling on trend lines, dude. It's not really necessarily always. There's so many people that were watching that probably 15-minute and we're like, oh, it's about to break. It's about to break to 700 again. Don't look always for breakouts, man. Breakouts don't always happen, man.
Now we're ripping, right? So right, it's
So
FOMC's coming up. If you think they're making big bets in either direction, I think you're nuts, right? So we
look
have
how
sold
they
off a
look
little
how
bit.
they respect this trend line sell, right? So like you could have drawn this already in pre-market. Look where it goes up to and turns around. All right, like that's just so easy for me. That's why I used to short on 15-minute pops like this into trend lines. All right, I used to even short on let's say if I want to get short a name, whatever it is, I'm looking for a pop back into a trend line or horizontal line like this, or it just comes into play as a wick and then just starts to fade out the rest of the day. So that
Yeah, I
trend
think
line
you're
approach.
talking right. I think you're talking about different. We're talking about different dollar things, Rando. I think that might be the confusion, right? There's the dollar, as in what you can buy with the dollar, and by devaluing the dollar, it's just increasing inflation, right? That's just the nature behind it. And then there's the dollar. In trading terms, most people are talking about the dollar, which is the dollar valued in other currencies, right? Including gold and silver and all of that, right? So the dollar being up 1% today, just we don't mean that you've gained 1% more in buying power unless you're buying things from other countries, so yen or whatever, right? So if you look, when they say the dollar's up 1% today, they're basically just saying the yen is down. Either the dollar's up or the yen's down 1% today. So they can devalue the dollar, right, to pay down debt, which lowers your buying power, right? It means that you can buy less things. That's just increasing inflation. But if other countries are doing that as well, or if it's strong versus other countries, then you actually won't see it on the screen as the dollar going up or down, right? So those are two different. Paying off debt and doing all that kind of stuff is one thing, but since most of the U.S. debt, the large majority of it, is just owed to itself, that's a different thing. You have to mess with the dollar internal of the country as opposed to dealing with the external side of things. It's like if you devalue your dollar, so if you suck but everyone else sucks equal amount, then you won't see the dollar move. It's just the prices of assets go up, which is inflation. So if you're worried about a devaluation of the dollar, just make sure you're buying assets, right?
I see a lot of volume in that UUP today, so I think I'm not the only one taking bets here. And it's not moving; it's kind of stuck, and that's a good thing. I like that it's stuck there, so I will be watching that today.
Silver, same thing. I think you can watch that probably in tandem, right? So silver, this is right here is when Bassett was on talking about a strong dollar, and that popped that, and now you're getting, so this could be a bit bear flag. So you're probably going to get the exact opposite move in the dollar that you'll see in silver, because I think silver and gold, but mostly silver, just because it's been the hot thing right now. But you can see this is moving pretty much the same. Has just been a dollar conversation, right? If people are worried about dollar weakness, they just buy commodities. So it's like I just saw a meme of it was like you're worried about is like some guy crying. It's like you were right about them devaluing the dollar and blah blah blah, but you bought Bitcoin instead of buying.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
Yeah,
That's life, man. That's life.
that was actually an LOL, right? You're right about it, but so everyone's like, "Oh, what are you gonna do if the
Oh,
dollar?"
new
It's like,
gold name moving, guys. A new gold name. We had NAM, now THM.
By the way, I did just get filled on a position trade here, an ad for BW. This
A
is
lot of
a really
volume.
interesting play. They do ship engines, other parts. They're kind of like a play on reshoring, military industrial kind of theme there, and also nuclear as well. So
I
really
like it.
interesting there. They're
I
actually
like it.
renovating a bunch of coal plants, and this is a 150-year-old company that's trading for like 1/10 of what it did a decade ago. So really interesting name here. For me, this is a technical buy zone, and I've been looking to size into this as it's working here. I'm in from under 10. So keep it on your radar there as the nuclear theme catches on here.
Not a bad
a lot
one,
of
man.
these
Not a bad one.
boring industrial companies end up being just insane winners, like just
Mhm.
like ma and pa organizations that, like, I remember, was it FTech that I made a ton of money on last year? Because down here at $1, this thing, my buddy wouldn't shut up about it, and it was trading at cash. So after the spike right here, I just bought in, and it went from like $1.40 in a slow grind up to three something, and I think I got out like when it broke back down. But he's yelling about it again. That's what brought up, is that this is just a boring. They clean the stuff that comes out of coal plants. That's like their whole shtick, and they're trading like at cash. And he's just obsessed with every time this thing trades at cash, he like calls me. He's like, I'm just buying a ton of this, and uh, he's wrong for a while because this company did nothing since 2022 up to 2025. But you end up paying for yourself because, yeah, boring can be good.
In the green there now for PDYN. Let's see if it starts to really spike here. I think this one has potential to get back up all the way to the resistance, which could be a big move. We're talking about 100 ticks higher. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on. So again, just to do my trading. So that one trade in Amazon stopped out. Everything else is doing okay-ish. So I'm down like $20 today. Starbucks, that one's looking probably the most promising. And then BATL, and then silver, you guys saw enter. But because the stop is so wide, I'm taking 25 shares of SLV. It's just not a not a big position by any stretch of the imagination. But everything has to be, especially when you're completely systematically trading it, you have to do that. It has to be sized accordingly based off stop. So I'm risking $50 per trade. So, and I don't know what's going to trigger, and I'm saying I'm taking an opening range breakdown and risking to the high of the day. So sometimes they're huge positions, like Starbucks is another, right? By the time it broke the opening range short, right, it was such a huge move from there that I have 11 shares of Starbucks, right? These are tiny little positions. So UNH getting interesting here. Again, I just have a watch on because I own a bunch of that UNHG. I'm looking to get out maybe today or tomorrow, but I was talking about this slow controlled pullback. Looks like
$1 magnet alert. $1 magnet alert. BKYI. We'll see if that gets to the dollar, but this is a classic play. We'll call it a dollar magnet strategy. BioKey International. You can see it on the hourly. It just keeps holding 71 and now approaching the resistance. Has been up there to 97 cents. So now is when I'd usually look for the $1 touch. Maybe it gets to 110, maybe 120, but usually comes right back. So it's that type of play. I know Kevin would be like, yeah, those I see those all the time. So this is a dollar magnet play in the penny stock game. And when you think about it, even from here towards $1, that's still a 17% gain, right? Like that's the thing that I think, penny stocks can really blow your mind away, because things like that, right? Like a 15-cent move is a 17% move.
Yeah. Yeah, the percentage is wild with a lot of these things.
Plug looking good now, guys. I'll show you guys the chart here so that you guys can see the swing as it develops. This is what I like to see in swings, right? Instantly some strength reaction. And I actually took plug based on a mention here. Someone mentioned it a couple days ago, and I had it on the radar. And I said when it broke back through 250 is when I'd be looking at it. And that's exactly what's happening now. So the setup here is really nice for this to now hold, right? So you can see the trend line. You guys, I could draw it out there, but I can see it in my eyes. But you can see how you kind of had this pull back, push up, throwback look. Now you can start to break that high. If you break the 266, you can start looking for threes. You can start looking for fours, right? And then eventually this one could maybe go for the 460 move. I like this attempt here. And it's a momentum player in plug powers. What do I always look at? I tell myself, what's the relationship doing? That's FSIL. Does this chart look positive to you? Hell yeah to me. What do you guys say right off the top? If you just saw the chart, you didn't see the name.
Looks good. Looks like a contraction pattern to me. So getting tighter on each kind of consolidation from the high to low.
Yep.
Tighten it
So
up back and right.
you play relationships, right? That's what I like to do. And so I say, hey, this is looking great. The relationship's looking good. I'm going to go for a little bit more of the laggard, which is plug powers. But FSIL has been hot for a long time. And all I really need to do is get some type of catalyst in the industry that could really start to drive this play and drive FSIL, right? And we're looking at energy. We're talking energy. I know this is fusion energy and stuff that I don't even believe that will ever kick off. But the truth is, that's trading, right? So we'll see what happens, guys. 10:26, and is the SPY still selling off here? We have
No.
3 minutes. Is there a 10:30 number? Is that the oil number?
Nothing.
Or is it
Oh yeah,
10
there's 10:30 total oil, but
10:30
doesn't
oil
really do
number?
much.
So,
I applaud you guys for still paying attention to the catalyst this week. It feels like I've just been bludgeoned by news releases. I'm just like letting it wash over me, letting the dust settle.
earnings week, right?
Yep,
We have to be
that's what I care
careful.
about.
We have to be careful. I'll tell you one thing: swings are a little bit better not outside of earnings weeks. Earnings weeks can really destroy your trades, right?
I know a lot of swing traders that just take weeks. Like this week, I got a call from some guy on Sunday. I was chatting with just a trader buddy of mine. He's like, yeah, I'm taking this week off. Like, he's seeing what's happening. So we got FOMC, we got all this. I'm just not. He was in cash at the end of last week anyway, just because his systems had just gone cash. I was like, I'm just not going to turn them on this week. I'm going to nap and play video games and do anything else because it's a risk reward thing, right? You're avoiding volatility, which means you're avoiding
100%.
potential upside to volatility, right? So it's kind of like for your peace of mind, you're sacrificing potential profits, and that's just a huge personal kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and it's funny because it's actually I'm trading for my peace of mind. So I'm putting stink bids in a whole bunch of names that I really like, and I'm hoping we get volatility and I get filled on some stuff in areas that I feel like I kind of got left behind in. So that's kind of where my head's at. But that's my bullish optimism. And I have hedges in place too. So
Bassin on potential for government shutdown. I don't know. Okay, well, at least honest. Like
bud.
that's
Good talk.
I appreciate people go. I don't know. Like, okay, good.
He's like,
But,
dude, I have to work regardless if it shuts down or not. So I'm gonna be here, dude. I'll be here. You know what I mean? He's like, I don't care, dude. Guess what? They get to go home. I get to stay here.
So I'm looking at my watch list, and the only sector that every single stock is green is uranium. I like that.
Oh, that's a good sign there. You know what's my thinking, right? And you know how I've been 3 for 4 on these U.S. and government investments before mentioned too. Everyone can go on the tape and see it, right? Like that's what I love. I love streaming sometimes because you do have receipts. It's like literally you could hear my voice mention it, right? So the next one, right? And we got to be thinking about this. So we got to roll the sleeves up on this because these are big decisions. Which one's it going to be, Steve? Is it SMR? Is it small nuclear? Is it like a GEV? Is it like a CEG? Like it's going to be something energy related nuclear. That's what I'm thinking. The question is what name?
Big. I think you're right on the nuclear. I think we do a strategic uranium reserve. I think UUUU or UEC are my top 2 watches. I'm based off vibes completely. I've not actually done real research.
Don't worry, I've been on the same camp. I even longed UROY for a little while. I got cut out of that one, but that thing's been hot. UROY, that was the chart that I think that the chat brought this one up. It had really good dividends. I should have held this bad boy. Look at that.
I'm seeing bid sticks on the stuff I'm watching. You looking like it wants to try to go back over VWAP.
I still remember when I first brought up you. You want to know where, dude?
Where?
$6.
Oh no, I feel that.
We started talking about this in July. July 25th is when we first started talking about you.
Yeah, I feel like it's so hard to chase when they're up so much, even though
now I can't trade these because my brain doesn't work for them, Steve. I'm good at finding trends. It's hard to stay with them. That's why I'm working with Michael to create the trend bot seller. That's what I'm gonna call it, the trend bot seller. That just take the entries and I hand it off to the bot and say, go do your thing.
Well, this is what here. Go to. Just gotta remove this.
'Cause I have
Yeah.
plenty of those where it's like it never comes back, right, Steve? It never comes back. Like if I would have just kept that originally entry, that original entry, man. It would
Well,
have been
this is right how simple it will be, right? So you grab something like a Uroi, and then you can click on a low candle, and you can just anchor these trailing stops to them. So
love
this
it.
will volatility trailing stop anchor. And there you go. Then you just
There you
adjust
go.
this for whatever. So properties. So right now this is just 7 ATR, which is a lot. So maybe you want to say, I don't know, 5 ATR. And then there you go. You're done. Right?
Boom.
That's it. So as if the thing moves higher, this line below will move higher. It will not move lower. Right? So just what will happen is at the end of every day, it says, okay, raise your stop to here, raise your stop to here. Problem just mentally with these trailing stops is that right now it's at 381. So you're just gonna have to go, okay, it's a long distance from 5. It's one of those everyone wants to hold the big winner, but they don't want the uncomfortable thing of having a big winner turn into a loser. It's like, sorry, you can't
Yeah.
have both ways. If
the game
you're
we play.
going to be a trend trader, you've got to be okay with that happening, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
straight
another
up.
thing is just determining what you like to do, right? Like one thing that I've been doing, at least in this market environment, and I think it's just been working, is selling the rip. Normally, I like to hold for a little bit of weakness coming back into the play, right? Like I give it the chance to just keep going strong. This market has not been that type of market for me. Maybe if you're in the right name, maybe you're in the right area, but as of late, like it's been sell the rip, sell the rip, sell the rip.
No,
Perfect
I'm
example is Rich Tech. Rich Tech trying to come back, man. It's hanging out on that 50% spot. Steve, what are you thinking here as the fib expert? We're going to give it to you. How is this looking fib wise here?
sorry. Which one? UNH?
Rich Tech,
Oh,
RR.
Rich Tech. Apologies.
And just mainly focused on like kind of yesterday's action towards today. I think it's holding perfectly within the fibs, but especially your 50% look. That's
So I'm putting my fibs from that gap up essentially to the pre-market gap up there, and I think you're probably seeing what I'm seeing. It is going to be right at that 50 fib or there at 477. So 477 is going to be the midpoint, and it's trying its best to hold there. So I think that if it can find buyers every time it goes under, ideally hold that low, then you're going to be in for a nice potential catch here. One more level of note is the 493, call it 495. That's the hourly trigger there, and that should provide a rough zone of support if we're still in this uptrend. That's what I'd look for there.
a good one to watch. We'll see what happens on there, guys. I will be hopping a little bit earlier today. I gotta get towards a different meeting here, but SPY trying to recover back there. It just seems to me like it's going to be one of those slow chop downs type of days. So where everyone can see a flag, but can it go back up and break the flag? That's the key. Even if it goes to the trend line, there's no guarantee that we're going back to 700 today. I think we go back to 700, but off earnings reports, not based off of intraday action here. So just be careful out there, traders. I feel like today is one of those days where you can get caught with your pants down, and no one wants to get caught with their pants down, dude.
Oh, speaking of, there's a rough candle there on SPY. Yep, in the
That's
area continues.
It's to the point where like let's say like a plug power trade that I really love right now. Even inside of me is thinking, no, rotation's going against you, dude. SPY's coming down. Be careful, right? Because you might need to just cut out. And I feel like a lot of times you got to cut out on those days and then just wait for the days where the market starts to play in again. It's just tough. It's tough to hang on a trade when you're seeing the overall market and things start to tank, right? When things start to tank, it's hard to have a name that has relative strength that much that it's going against the market, right? So I'd look at those types of names to look at where the strength can be okay. Like, you mentioned it, uranium names, things like that, right?
Yeah, I think the uranium, I don't know. To me, it's just, there's something about it that I can't stop looking at these charts, feeling like when I'm looking for the next big moves, these are strong contenders for me. Yeah, these
Lumen is a nice one, guys. I don't know if you guys have like that one. Lumen
I'm
is
in it.
one that, there you go, man. At least you stayed in it, bro. I got cut out of it on a day break even when I sized up. But you know how that can go. When you size up, you can ruin it. And this is one of those where I ruined it. I was thinking it goes back to 11 and 12s. This is one of my favorite ones, of course, for data centers to continue growing. The thing behind the thing, fiber optic cables. It's a good looking trade there.
Yeah, I like it a lot. That daily chart curl up just looked so nice, and I love these kind of trades where they give you multiple chances to get in off the moving averages as they're curling
Oh
up.
yeah.
And it's just you get those little pullbacks, and then the next day you open high, you push higher, you're in already. So that's where we're at. We're in at 870 here off the 9 essentially, the
Love the
9 day.
look, man. Love the look. Small name doing well today. Roller came back into play today. So
TMC. I just looked down. My TMC is doing great. That was one of
TMC
those dip buys.
yeah,
Just love,
TMC,
I
not a
love the
bad one,
name,
man.
the Metals Corporation. It was just it was just this is too much, right? So that was the whole premise of that algo. Is that a sell off that much on like a shorter term basis too much? You buy that dip and just looking turning
No,
nicely
it's
here.
really nice one too. And then that's why I said that like if you were buying the mineral names on the day that they released the USAR news, I mean you're kind of doing it wrong. All you
Well,
needed
that's
to
what I
do was
bought it
wait
right
one more
there.
day.
I
But yeah,
I'm not gonna lie,
you
I
got it what
sold.
at the end of the day? The end of the day, Michael.
Yeah, somewhere around. I can't remember. It's just again, it has nothing to do with
Yeah.
timing. It's levels, right? So that's a I can't draw it on this chart, but that's an AV WAP from this low, and that's the pullback. Right? So there was a great place, and then there was a good place as well. So this is a hold till Monday, but if something wacky happens and we get up till 9, I'll probably chicken out a little bit before then.
I'm glad I'm not the only one in this one. But Mitch, I think you're dead on about not buying into that move the day of. I'll be honest though, I did a bad thing, but I think it's gonna work. So I was in these trades already. I kind of scattershotted them. A lot of them were up pre-market, and I was like, I don't know why they're all up. Like I think it is good for the sector overall, but like these guys aren't all winners. So I sold a bunch pre-market and I bought more USAR, and then the USAR went down, but everything else went down way more. And
Yeah.
now I'm green on them, and I don't know how to feel, but I think I'm just going to add more USAR because that's my favorite. That or MP.
Wow. Yeah, I think the thing is there is it's just a part of the game. And one of the things that I've been learning more and more is like, hey, when I have those like 6, 7, 8 positions on green and they're all green, but usually they might not be reaching their full reward targets, I'm starting to get a little bit more subjective sometimes and just taking like one or two of those, right? And I think about it in the way of, hey, if they all turn against me because I'm way too highly correlated in one area, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen is like 5 or 6 stop outs. So I need to almost give myself a reward to handle some of the potential drawdown that could come in being so concentrated in one area. It's a battle, though, Steve. I'm with you on that. There's been plenty of times, like let's say a simple example is just yesterday. I'm long serve and I'm long rich tech towards the close. What did I do? I just said I'm going to sell completely rich tech, and then I'm going to try to hold serve a little bit because it's a smaller position. The chart looks a little bit better, not so extended, right? Not such an extension of a move, and I'll look to see if serve can actually make an extended move tomorrow. Right, it didn't play out, but that's how I kind of looked at it there. I had to sell a piece of one side of the trade there because if I didn't, I don't get the reward today, right? I if anything, rich tech comes right back at me, right? So those are things that you got to kind of play with in swing trading, and maybe try to figure out a way to systemize it, right?
No, I'm with you. The systemizing, like I've just been doing so well, just putting my orders in the night before, honestly,
I
and
love
just
that. I love the
not
approach,
freaking out.
man.
Yeah, and it's been
You
working
might
really
need to
well.
do what I've been thinking too, which is I need to take off intraday charts and just literally bring the daily chart up and just trade off of that. Just literally just trade off of that. And
When I
sometimes I think it works.
think I mentioned before, I mentored this Australian guy, and he's like, man, it's really I find it really hard to stay up and trade. I'm like, dude, you can't. Like you're on the other side of the planet. I was like, you have to make your trading work for you. And he started doing that, and he went almost instantly from a losing trader to a winning trader. I was like, just set out the orders, make sure the orders have OCOs attached. So, if you're looking to a limit order, right, then you put a stop loss below it. If it's a stop buy order, as soon as the order goes live, it attaches a stop loss, a profit target, whatever you want, and then go from there. And then that kind of opened up his eyes to kind of full systematic trading, because he's like, okay, now I see the kind of the potential here. And now he wakes up in his morning, which is our night, and he runs all the data for the day, and he spends a couple hours in the morning and putting all this his bot together and all of his testing, and he just goes about his day. And he's no longer up at 4 a.m. his time trying to make like rational decisions in a fast moving market. I'm like, you can't do it, man.
Yeah.
And like, even if you could, what kind of life are you going to lead? Like, he's a younger guy, and he's like, where are you going to find a wife and things like that? If you're, a vampire at this point, you're sleeping all day and you're up all night. You just can't do it, man.
Yeah, man. That's why I believe in maybe you play a little bit of the both game, right? Or find some way to take some trades elsewhere too. Test some strategies, see what happens, guys. All right, I'm gonna let you boys take the lead here. I'm gonna go ahead and hop. I need to go and take care of something, but just to wrap up, plug powers. We'll look to see if that can continue going. Market's still a little bit choppy here. And it overall, like if we go to the daily candle, it just looks like it's going to end red for me. Like I take it to the bank. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens there. SPY coming down and starting to leak. There's the 496 trades that I think could fade off, like Microsoft here, right? I talked about that earlier, right? It just had a 3-day green move. Does I think that it's going back down to 470s? No, it might just trickle down to like 477 and then get bought at the close. So just be careful with that mentality. But I do think it's a tough day today. We'll look for the dollar to continue going higher. I have an ad on the UUP at like 26.29. So like if it goes and breaks the high today, I'm going to take another ad. And then I'll look to it, and then I'll look to see if we can start to actually drive volume again. On the comments, or in UUP, we drove 670,000 shares in 15 minutes. I'll look for another volume spike like that to show me that big positioning is going into the dollar.
Yeah, if Jay Powell could mention that as well. I know it's not his wheelhouse, but he could talk about a weakening dollar, potentially increasing inflation, and blah blah blah.
100%.
And then if he
good comments, Michael. I'm gonna look for those later today. Appreciate you, brother.
because it's interest rates do change the dollar somewhat. So you could say, maybe we're not going to lower rates because we're worried about the dollar.
Yeah,
right?
well, he could get the question. Trump said yesterday that the dollar didn't necessarily, that he was okay with the dollar being so low. How do you feel about the dollar? Boom. You know what I mean? And boom. You know what I mean? That's a softball throw for him, and he's ready for it. So, hey, we'll see what happens with the big bad wolf to see if the house is made out of straw and paper, or do we have a brick house in this spot and the market? We'll see what happens, guys. Don't let your house be the house that gets blown down today.
All right, I have a good one. So listen, Steve, I got something. I don't know if you're interested, but because the market's not moving, I got something we can go over here. I have a CMT presentation that I have to give tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Do you guys want to go through it today?
Dude,
I think you have to pay. I think you have to pay for it tomorrow. So that'd be a huge boon for you guys. Let me see. Put it here.
Yeah, I would love that. You're speaking my language, brother.
And then I'm just you're kind of doing my work because I have to practice this thing. Oh, it can't be that big. No, I want a presenter view. That's what I want. There we go. Because of course everybody's talking about commodities, right? So of course they wanted to say, okay, so the two guys, I don't really know the other guy too much. It's me and one other guy doing this presentation tomorrow for a commodity group, and he's going to talk all about the chart side of things and all of that. So of course I have to bring my own flavor with the systematic side of things. And so I built this kind of model. First of all, shout out Notebook LM. I literally bought the model. I tested the model. I just took the code, the raw code with no instruction whatsoever, and just dumped it into this notebook LLM and just said go, and it built this presentation. So this is nuts. But so yeah, so this is a rotational model for the rotating commodities, as opposed to rotating. Usually you're doing something for individual stocks, and a 10% year over year growth. It's not crazy, but a 37% max drawdown for a long period of time. I think I went back 20 some odd years for this, but or 2000. See right there. See, it's a good thing I'm doing this presentation first with you guys
There you go.
instead of tomorrow. So thank you for doing my homework for the next 10 minutes. But yeah, so 20 years of data tested here. And the main thing, all I did is I took these Investaco ETFs, which I think are great to look at. So DBP is a precious metal one. And that's one I think to take a look at, right, through all this. If you just wanted to trade, I hear people say all the time, it's like, I don't know what to trade, gold or silver. It's like, why not both? And
Yeah,
DBP is a good one for that. Not a lot of liquidity, but you're getting both of those, right? Both silver and gold in here as well. But basically just said, okay, you take precious metals, base metals, agriculture, and energy. That's kind of that's your commodity pillars, I guess you could call them. And you're just going to rank based off of RSI, which one of those don't. And just talking about how simple sometimes trading can be, as opposed to looking for something fancy. So take the universe, 63 period RSI is 3 months. So that's the ranking behind that. And then 161 days, roughly half a year. There's like 252 days, trading days ish in a year. Then you're just buying the top one based off the highest high value of the RSI. So, you take whatever the highest high was for the 63 or the 63 or the 3 month RSI going back a year. Whatever one made a highest at some point in that period of time, you just buy that one and you forget about the other ones. And then you have a moving average, again, about a half a year moving average to make sure that you're not buying shit that's in downtrends. And then that's the equity curve. And it just avoids kind of the great financial collapse pretty much entirely. And then this period of time, essentially nothing happened for commodities at all. Then you had 2021, 2022, where people started, this is the gold kind of breakout from there. And then nothing happened for a couple of years and a huge breakout. So a big, simple way to kind of just completely systematize with one ETF. So it's not something that you would, if this was your equity curve for trading in general, you'd be like killing yourself. Like, this is not fun. But as like a sleeve of maybe I should own, and it just have it say, yeah, you should pick up some precious metals, put it in your portfolio. You should pick up some of this. The fact that it got the breakout here and it got the breakout here, and how dumb simple it is, it's really cool. So it's just some stats: 29 trades, 62% win rate, a 14% winner, 5% loser on average. Again, what else you want? Be right 62% of the time, make 3 times as much when you're right as when you're long. And then the drawdown of 33%, max drawdown, is pretty good comparing the SPY and the time frame. It is like a 60 something percent max drawdown, and the Qs were like 70 something for the great financial collapse. That's just a cool little infographic. But yeah, so there's my presentation. You can all clap now.
That's awesome.
Clap,
I
clap,
love
clap.
that, especially that last slide. It was very, very cool. The layout that was all notebook.
Yeah.
LLM.
Yeah. So that
Wow.
was, yeah, Notebook LLM is one of my favorite things right now, because what you can do, the primary use that a lot of people do, is you take really boring documents. Like, a lot of what I do is I read studies of what other people do for trading, and then kind of incorporate and play with that myself, and then say, hey, is there something that I can trade or do or whatever? But a better way to do it is I take that same document and I just dump it in a Notebook LLM, and it makes a podcast for you with like a guy and a girl, and they're talking about, so I can just throw it in there and I can just go for a walk, and just they're talking to me about what's happening on either side of things, and what it's looking for. But yeah, at the same time, it can build presentations and infographics, and it can do flashcards. So like if you're studying something, I think it's like the coolest. I would have been so much better at school if I
Yeah.
had one of those. Take your entire boring presentation and just huck it in there. And then again, this is an informal one that took 10 minutes. I have to stretch that out for a half hour somehow tomorrow in front of these nerds. But it's funny. It's I don't want to use it as a timing indicator because it seems kind of mad. But when I'm getting invited, I was never invited before in my entire career to talk about commodities. 'Cause no one
Yeah.
gave, no one cared. And
Uh-oh.
now I'm getting called in and saying, "Hey, Mike, we need you to build a little system and talk about how you can do systematic commodity trading." I'm like,
Top's
you're
in.
top,
Yep.
top.
I'm telling. Yeah, I was just thinking like there's so many commodity experts on my Twitter feed now, and as one of those newly minted commodity experts as of 2 weeks ago, as the expert in the scene now, I'm starting to see a lot of a lot of armchair commodity
Yeah,
experts. So probably
yeah,
time
and
to
it's
take some weight off.
everyone counters that with the commodity super cycles usually last years. But I just wonder if these cycles are just completely useless now, in which everything happens so much faster in the world. There's no longer like a shoe shine boy indicator because I don't think there is shoe shine boys anymore. But it's things are just happening so quick now that I wonder if this commodity cycle is going to last like what it's lasting right now, just a year or so. Not that I think, and as someone who's short silver, we're looking at it here. I don't think silver is going to zero. I don't think we're going to wake up and there's a giant rug pull in silver. But we may look at this $100 price and say, yeah, that was a bit crazy. Maybe we
Yeah.
see it in the 70s, 80s, and it just spends. I think what happens is these things go back to sleep. They just hang out and absolutely nothing happens, and they just spend the next however long period of time doing absolutely nothing, and then everyone forgets about them again. Then there's another huge surge or rally. If you go really far back on a gold chart, that's quite often what you see is a huge spike up, and then just everyone forgets about it and no one cares, and gold just farts around for decades, and then you have another huge pop. So I guess make hay while the sun shines, and then
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, do you see the potential for that silver and gold money to potentially shift into another commodity? Anything standing out for you?
yeah, and I think you guys were already talking about it and nailing it with uranium. I think uranium's interesting because if you wanted to make a case, like rare earth minerals, even though it's in the name, they're not that rare. Like
Yeah,
I watched if you guys are looking for podcasts, I love odd lots,
all
which
lots is great.
is Bloomberg, and they just bring on like really cool people because it's a big name, so they can pull on whoever they want. They had one guy talking about rare earth minerals, and he's like, yeah, they're not that rare. You just got to come up with a deal with someone. It's just the fact that nobody wants to do it. It's like you could probably get everything you need it from the States, but you don't want to because it's just dirty and messy, and you'd have to buy government land and all that.
Yeah.
But uranium, if you wanted to make the justification of a critical thing that is very defensible to people to say I'm not doing this because I'm socialist, which the guy seems to be socialist. I'm doing it because of national security. Uranium's got to be the easiest.
Yeah.
You can make nukes with this stuff, so it's very important that we have it in house. So I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see more of that. We're buying uranium type plays, and
Yeah,
especially
I
because
think
it's
that's dead on for sure. We could see like a strategic reserve. That's kind of my Hail Mary call of the year. We'll see.
I don't think it's a unreasonable,
Mm,
to do as much as I joke with the guy, but it's if I was in a room and the president says, "Hey, man, should we just have some uranium on hand because we're going to start really needing nuclear power for things?" Like, yeah, just buy one
yeah,
of these crappy companies that are worth next to nothing and have them do all the work for us. And just like you talked about with oil, like you have an oil reserve. Eventually, the kind of utopian future, I think, with energy is a whole bunch of nuclear power plants, and we figured out some better battery technology, and everything's
mhm,
electrified. You
I'll
know,
pump my BE Bloom Energy bags. They do some solutions there. I also really like AMRC, Amoresco. They're a vertically integrated power supply or energy as a service. AMRC, I believe.
MRC.
Yeah, so these are
Oh,
charts that
that's
are
a
really
nice looking
compelling to
chart.
me.
Yeah. The idea is that batteries right now suck, but if batteries didn't suck, then we could produce all the power that we ever need with solar and nuclear and all of these things. It's just, yeah, it's just a very bad technology right now because everyone who has lithium isn't really a big fan of us, and it's a hard and dirty to get out of the ground. I've heard some rumblings of companies, they're all private, unfortunately, that are looking into iron batteries, like actually using
Oh,
iron. And somehow this is a technology that has existed in the past. It was just not very
not
good.
viable.
And they're trying to bring it back and see if with newer chemicals or whatever they can make it viable because not for like your phone. They're not going to put an iron battery in your phone. That probably
Be
wouldn't be
pretty
ideal,
messed
or
up.
cars. But you could use it for like storage of cities and everything, right? Where if a city, I'm thinking like mine in particular, with enough solar panels, even up here in Canada, if we had a big enough battery, you could do the whole thing. And that's what,
Yeah.
like, I know Australia is looking into it because if you go into the outback where no one wants to live, no sane human being wants to be out there anyway, you put a giant solar farm out there. As long as you had batteries big enough to support it, you should be able to power. I think I read in Australia, it's like 90% of people live really close to, was it Sydney or Melbourne? It's those
Yeah,
two
something
cities.
crazy. It's all
Yeah,
desert and
yeah,
spiders.
everyone's there. Um, because yeah, so if you take this empty area of land that nothing lives and you just build a huge solar array out there, you could generate all the power you need. I think you could generate all the power you need for the entire world. But
Yeah.
the problem is getting it places. So if they do better battery technology, I could see a place where you take, a battery gets shipped. You have a huge battery. If it can hold the storage long enough and it's good enough, why not take it to Australia and charge it up and then ship it over to some neighboring, right, New Zealand or some of the Eastern Asian places and just
Yeah.
have them power it there. But
Really quick, speaking of which, just because it's a little bit actionable, a little more 1 minute ago, the UUUU, I did get filled off of VWAP there as well. I'm just trying to build a position here because I love the stock, and this is where I want to just kind of sit in for this allocation of my port. Um, I also have some UEC already, so I'm kind of just trying to add some more every time it's under VWAP, and with the
yeah,
assumption that it's going to keep on eating up through that big red candle from yesterday, 2 days ago, whenever it was.
yeah, like a lot of these, right? They had the big commodity sell off, and again, TMC was the one that my system just picked up, and that's been doing great. And yeah, so this is the market for this, right? I've been saying it all year that I think with the seasonality and everything, it's going to be buy dip, sell rips, deal with commodities, go to different areas like that. You're right. There's going to be some people who at some point are going to take a profit on silver and have like a ton of money that they didn't before. And are they going to put that back into stocks, or are they now commodity? Just like the crypto people, just continue to kind of cycle it from different crypto to crypto. I wonder if there's now like commodity people are going to have like what do you put silver in their eyes and talk about how much they love silver, and they're just going to sell some and buy uranium, palladium, one of these weird ones that no one really cares too much about. Just quickly before we go, again, it's down $50 today, so really nothing happening. The trades I still have on is NUAI, MRNO, this RR, Starbucks short. That one's actually working really well. These are all short, just BTAL, SLV, and GLW. So GLW is another kind of hangoverish play. You can see it finally broke the opening range right here. Tried to get up through the pre-market high, couldn't, and just again fading off these lows. So again, it's been a pretty uneventful day. And the only thing I have to leave the kids with, I don't know if you have anything else, is just beware. Right, FOMC. There's going to be all kinds of nonsense, all kinds of craziness. So watch yourself. and trade safe out there. Anything else to add to the kids?
Nope, you got it. I mean, honestly, yeah, you really nailed it with just no need to really force anything into FOMC. If you like something, pick your spot, see if you get there before close. If not, hey, maybe send it into the bell there, assuming good earnings. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm also down $50. I'm just like, this is nothing. Everybody's talking about big red day on SPY. My stocks seem to be fine, so I'm just
Yeah.
I'm assuming things are not a disaster and everything's gonna work out. Nothing ever happens, Camp.
Again, the nothing ever happens camp always seems to work out. But all right, guys, I'm going to switch you guys over to the scanner and talk to you tomorrow. Yes, it's Wednesday. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Oh, maybe.
I'll be back for Power Hour, and we'll be doing the first
Oh,
earnings
yes.
as well, earnings coverage after the bell too. So be sure to
Absolutely. And what a day. So yeah, come back. Come back after the bell. Cuz yeah, we're doing earnings coverage. There's like everything.
yeah
Everything we care about is reporting earnings tonight. So um good on you, Steve. Grab your Red Bull. I'll
yeah. I was
talk
gonna
to
say I'm
you
gonna
guys.
go hydrate, maybe take a quick nap, let the
Yeah,
adults talk, and then I'll come back on and see if I can parse through what they're saying. So
absolutely. All right, see you guys.
take care. Welcome, everybody. It is Steve. It is Power Hour. We got a spicy one here. I am trying to keep track of all of the things moving in my port and in the market. Let's get into it here while I get myself together. We're going to be getting J Pow on stream. He ain't done talking, I don't believe. He wasn't a second ago. We have SPY doing its best to hold the line. So let's get into the nitty gritty. 5-minute chart on the right, 1-minute chart on the left. We want to see every little bit of action. You see some big candles. Volatility is picking up. And we're about to see what's going on. Whether we are going to have a nice strong move into the end of the day here when we have some big earnings on the deck. So a few binary moments that can cause some pivot points. Welcome, Talk. Good to see you. Let me get a stream up for us as well. So we have been very involved with uranium today. That's been our big trade of the is shaking. What else is moving for you guys? We are seeing a lot of red to green on my watch list. Seeing all green in the uranium section. Really love to see that. I think that one's got a lot of legs. There we go. All right, once this ad is done off screen, then I'll be pulling up Powell for us as well, so we can keep tabs on what he is saying. Seems to me like we are just about ready to make a decision, though. So I wouldn't be surprised if this fails to break out, even though to me it looks good. To me, otherwise, if it wasn't FOMC, I'd be definitely more biased long here. We came into our zone of interest here, this green zone. This is generally where we would expect some buyers to step in. As you can see, this is the bull supply zone here. We are holding the pivot here at 694. As long as we are above that, I do believe, basically above yesterday's low, I do believe that we are still, still in bull mode. But that being said, still having trouble every time we've interacted with VWAP here. No captions on this stream. All right, I'll be quiet. All right, I found one with subtitles. I'm going to mute him just for a second. So what we're basically looking for on the index here is we're in a game of chicken between these moving averages and basically the low of the day support here and the VWAPs that keeps on selling us here. So it does look like sellers are starting to filter out. I think that we're going to make a pop. Probably volatility is going to compress as Powell stops talking. And the idea here is we can get a move up somewhere into this 696, 697-ish zone, the red here. I don't know if we make a breakout yet. I think that we still need to confirm with the earnings. So that's kind of the bigger thing on deck in my book. We are going to watch some of the main or most important kind of components of SPY here as Powell talks. I'm going to lower him here and keep the closed captions on for y'all. But in general, I just want to see the reaction of the market in general. So we're going to keep SPY on the left side here. It's still hanging out. We're still watching the VWAP, trying to digest. Talks mentioning banks here. I wanted to take a look real quick. JPM looking relatively constructive and pretty strong compared to a lot of other charts I'm seeing today. They didn't pop very much, but they also aren't dropping very much. They're holding very consistently and stable here. If we look at XLF, a little bit weaker overall. JPM outperforming, but in general, we are responding nicely to this bull supply zone as well. Going really quickly through our sectors. Sorry about the ad. There they are. So XLK tech holding up nicely. This to me is looking like it wants to move a lot stronger. It did not even need to come back into its hourly trigger here, really showing its strength here. They are leading in the sectors as well. They're up almost 1%. And meanwhile, on the downside, XLV, one of the weakest here. And you see, oops. And you'll see that this one, it is not able to hold its pivot here, and it's just working its way to the downside targets, barely finding sellers even down here. So in my book, quite weak. SPY here, we are trying to break over the VWAP. Let's see what he's saying. I picked up more APLD off of $40, this hourly trigger in this green zone. It's looking nice and constructive off of there as well. You're running it hot. I think we're running it hot. SPY pushing through that VWAP. Market likes it. Market's saying nothing burgers. So the options market was pricing in very, very little risk to these. It was very interesting to see just how blasé everybody was, how low, the fear was. So we will see if that was an accurate move by the market makers to price them so low, or if maybe it's a good idea to buy a hedge or two when it's that cheap. So I did buy a hedge or two. I don't know if I'll need it or not, but it's a little bit spooky at these levels. That being said, I'm going to switch to the daily on SPY really quick because we are just about ready to break out here. We got the big shakeout. This was a big liquidation that big money used to kind of position into names that kind of had gotten away from them. Now we're pushing at the top of the range, and I think we're going higher. I think we're just waiting for Powell to stop talking. Don't say anything crazy, Jerome. Come on, man. Let's keep it together, keep it on the rails, and we can pump. That's what the market's saying, I do believe. The hourly here, to me, looking like a launch pad. Seeing all these buyers, even on every selling stick pre-market. I think we're just about to break a downtrend line there. All right, I should pay more attention to what he's saying. Last question. All right, guys. So we have a little bit of pop over VWAP here. We're going to talk about what Powell is saying in just a sec when he's done talking. I do want to let him wrap up, but man, he's a little long-winded today. So we're going to hear him out here, and then we're going to talk about what's happening. Just want to let you know, SPY's finding a few sellers off here. Not really worried, though. All right. We survived. The market survived. So, guys, what are the takeaways here? First thing is, I think that pretty nothing burgery, nothing to me sounded out of line. What I heard was essentially we are threading the needle. We are in that Goldilocks zone. We are. This is basically, I mean, this feels like the same speech I've heard many times. I don't know. Essentially, we're in the Goldilocks zone. I think we're okay. The market has nothing really to worry about here. He was asked about the precious metals market, and he said, I don't really care. I don't really care what silver does. You guys are speculators. You're being gamblers. I don't care what you're doing. We know what's going on. We're going to be data dependent. We're going to, all the things that he always says. And I think that just about sums it up. We really don't have, I don't, did you guys hear anything to worry about? It seemed pretty boring. So we can look at the dollar. That's going to be important. We can look at bonds as well. And I was watching silver and gold during that. So first off, what are we seeing in the dollar? We're going to keep SPY on the left here. Still looking nice and constructive, catching on short-term moving averages, just slowly whittling down sellers at VWAP, trying to flip momentum. Meanwhile, the dollar here having a hard time, guys. Dollar can't find a bid. Dollar needs some milk because it is still struggling. We got to really remember that this is a long-term pattern that we're starting to break down out of. This is a monthly chart we're looking at. And look at this. It goes all the way back. This thing has basically been making or setting up for this move for quite a while. It tried to break out, failed, and it could go quite a ways down here to 92 is what I'm seeing for the dollar here, if this level cannot reclaim pretty sharply pretty soon. So thinking that we could see continued flush out of the dollar, this fits with our general theses multiple here that essentially dollars in trouble, but we can see some really nice moves in commodities and the rest of the market. Sorry, getting distracted by my co-trader here. All right. Say hi, Cleo. What I'm most interested here is the reaction by the metals. I'm going to flip to intraday as SPY starts to get some more traction here and wants to push above that VWAP. We're seeing silver having absolutely no trouble despite a really shaky bit of price action the past couple of days. And this is the kind of pattern that I'm seeing across the market on stuff that's really strong. It is seeing pressure release. It's seeing big sells, but these sells are getting bought up, accumulated very quickly in that same kind of positive gamma drift up that we're quite familiar with, where it forms a big ol' ascending triangle or a big ol' pennant, something like that. So I don't think these moves are done. At least for my system, silver was a buy here off 101.30 or 101 round number, and it's already pushing off of there. If we flip on over to gold, even stronger, just curling on up. Looks anything but done to me. Pretty wild. Yeah, this is why you just gotta manage by position size and not try to be a hero and call a top, because a few times in here it sure looked like it and felt like it, but no sign of a top yet. Moving on to TLT, onto bonds. Nothing really happening here. Looks weak to me overall still. No crazy moves. Oh yeah, palladium. Gotta check in on that. Okay, so we are biding our time, saving our energy for the earnings after hours. We'll start talking about those pretty soon, but I do want to bop around the market because there's still a good amount going on, even if SPY isn't the most exciting thing to watch here. Palladium, nice move up from yesterday. I'm seeing the curling, this hourly triggered this stair step line for me. This is a really good kind of man, words are escaping me today. Apologies. It's a good kind of barometer about whether we're in an uptrend or a downtrend intra-week. And, we ran a little hot for sure, got ahead of ourselves. But to me, this is still acting very constructive. When you have this big push up, you come back and you initially test the breakout point. Just like that. And find the buyers again. Looks really good when these moving averages curl up on under, and then they can be, nice rising support that we can surf off of. SPY getting the push, going to make another new swing high since Powell got off the talk there, and we should be able to kind of get some mean reversion on up, maybe to the opening range. It's a possibility, the 697 kind of area. Definitely up in this red. I want to be watching price reaction into yesterday's high. That's going to be 696.50. So meanwhile, what's going on in the uranium complex? Still up and to the right. Beautiful. So with these ones, it's really helpful for me to just zoom out and not get too tunnel visioned. So for example, for the UUU, I did take some profit when we swept over here. I took 1/3 off of my position because I was pretty oversized. But if I looked right after that big candle, I would have got a little nervous. I would have thought, hey, this is a big red candle right at a notable level, the previous 52-week high. I should probably take more off the table. But I already planned to trim. I got the trim. And when I zoom out, when I look with a little bit of time in between, this still looks incredibly constructive and really looks like it's just starting to try to squeeze out here. So if you don't know, I think that uranium might get a little bit crazy as we break new 52-week highs here on a lot of the names. You can look at URA too, the ETF. You see that's got a clean break. And if we zoom out here a little bit more, it's where it gets really spicy. The all-time high, or at least all-time on this chart, is starting to breach. So I think that we got a pretty clear shot up to 66, at least a little 10% move from 60, maybe 66 to 70, that kind of zone. That's the area where I think that we are going to find some resistance, at least short term. But overall, I think this rally is going to continue for a good 20-30% minimum. I'm looking for something like this 80 handle on URA, somewhere 80 to 95-ish. So my favorite way to play that is the UUU, but I like URNM as well. There it is. Boom. That monthly stick, just clear breakout of this long-term zone. If we zoom into the daily, we'll see that it was offering some decent entries, even when extended like this. essentially you can still kind of get involved off of this 5 length moving average. So this is a 5-day moving average. And you'll see this as a good place to get involved on any of the crazy high flyers, like Micron's another good example. We've been buying this off of this 5-day. So got 2 buys, 2 chances to buy, and that's been working very, very well. So until that stops responding, I think this one is starting its parabolic move here. So SPY found a bit of sellers. We're going to watch what happens at VWAP right there. What I'm really curious is for the Micron here is whether we can do what silver did. So I'm going to take us off of the intraday real quick because I want to show you something. So we're going to put silver on here. And now I'm going to add some Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels. And what I want to show is just how strong these things are and how you can kind of predict, or basically to show how you can stay in these crazy trades as they just drift higher and higher. So got them on this chart. Now I'm going to pull them up on the other side as well so we can compare. There we go. Okay, so the blue dotted line is going to be our Bollinger Band. Then we have our yellow dotted line, which is our Keltner. So as we are in this squeeze, we are just drifting up and we're trading between the Bollinger Band and this 5-minute. That's a very traditional kind of look for these crazy squeeze plays. They'll just ride in that kind of channel. So you can see if you were a buyer off of the top of the Keltner and you just trimmed every time you got to the top of the Bollinger Band, you did very well. Could get a nice trim there, add back, trim. And then as it gets stronger and stronger, it stops tagging into here and it just rides that 5-minute. And what you'll see is you'll eventually get this kind of crazy surge where it's trying to actually separate away from this band quite often. It'll have multiple gap ups. And then that's what I consider kind of a blow off top or a parabolic type look. And I think we might see that on MU here. We're starting to see that today. Richard, if you're still there, this is what we were talking about. We were talking about the gap above. So if we can close the end of the day high like this, which we're getting pretty close to the end and it's closing really high, it's looking to me like this kind of candle right here on silver. So then tomorrow I would expect another gap up. Everybody's going to be like, what the heck? And then maybe in the next day or two, it can get all the way up to 500 here. But regardless, I think that next day on the gap up and the push, as soon as that momentum starts to fail, it's a good time to start taking profits because usually you get the 1 or 2 gap ups, sometimes 3 gap ups, and then it'll really tire itself out. But the point being, we are over this Keltner. We are running, or this Bollinger Band, and we are running very hot. But that's because this is a place to be in memory. All right, let's get back to the intraday here. What's SPY up to? So just sellers still hanging out over VWAP. I don't think that we're going to get much traction here until the earnings come into play. Hey, Richard's here. All right. So talks buying the UNH dip. Richard, we have been very long this leveraged MU. So I'm glad that's still working for you, brother. We were just hanging out in that trade. Give me 1 sec while I get the earnings up. So there we got the big, oh wow, we got the big 3 here. We've got Microsoft, we've got Meta, and we also have, let's see. Yeah, Tesla today as well. Okay, so we're rocking and rolling. I didn't realize Tesla was today as well. So we can see a nice consolidation on Tesla all day long. Is the bottom in? Is it ready to turn around? Or should we keep holding that Tesla short? I don't know. To me, it still looks weak. It's one of the only things that I've been actively looking to short. That being said, though, we are still kind of coming up on this big zone of interest where we were trying to hold. Honestly, that's being even generous drawing it like that. I think it wants to at least come down to 414-ish. Why not 420? Want to see if we can bottom off of that meme zone. I just don't know if it's ready to buy yet. Once it can get back over the cluster of moving averages up around 444 to 440, right in that zone, then I could start getting interested in the long again. But until then, got to kind of think that that sellers are still here. And I like buying Tesla off of a nice earnings flush. Oops. Those often work really nicely. So what we might see is a pop up to this 443, which is a major level and a rejection there. If we do find sellers there, that could be an amazing place to try to short. But again, that is the zone that we'd have to flip to get bullish. So if there is big news, there is a chance that that this is the turning point for Tesla, the inflection point, that it rips up, confirms this is support, and then is off to the races. Because high time frame, I do still believe in the Tesla to go much higher. I do believe that we are trying our best to push out of this all-time high and continue do a basically continuation wave 3 Elliott wave this year. That would look something like Tesla working its way up to 700, 800 before finding big sellers. Kind of ambitious, but I don't know. I think the robotics narrative could really, really kick into gear. But for now, nothing doing, just selling every time we're over the VWAP, buying every time we are into that low day area. So nothing too exciting there. Let's take a look at Meta and Microsoft as well. Oh man. So is this a base for a squeeze, or is this a bear flag? That's going to be the question. It's going to be the question. It's definitely some kind of flag. It does look like it maybe wants to flush out and then bounce. So go into a daily chart here. Meanwhile, SPY just bleeding a little bit, bleeding its own blood. What are we seeing on Meta? It's at this key point where it's at decision time. So we have a W, and we're right there at the neckline. So we could easily come back down to 650-ish or so, find real support there, and carry on our merry way up north. Or if it's going to fail, this is an area where we could also just see it rip out of this this right little consolidation here. Because basically what it's done in the past 2 days is it's kind of hung out and traded sideways, essentially found price acceptance right under the 200-day. So not the worst kind of place for it to hang out before moving higher if it is really, really strong, which it does seem like it is so far off the bottom. So I'm having trouble seeing like these being ready to rip right out the gates. It feels like they want to flush and then go for it. And that would look like a 2-3% move. Yeah, 3.5% move, maybe down, and then it could make for the push to 700-ish. Kind of what I'm seeing there. We can check on the implied moves as well in just a sec. But first, Microsoft. This is the only one that I'm actually in, and it's very small. But we did pick up just a little bit of MSFU a couple of days ago at open. So around 466. And Microsoft is probably my favorite in terms of the quality of the company, as well as just this chart when it comes to the mega caps. I think that, now that I'm looking at it, I might actually like Meta a little bit more, but I think they're both pretty interesting. And I think that they're going to set a tone for software as a service and for mega caps in general, for the AI trade as well. So I think there's a big implications for data center plays for these guys like IREN. We're in this one. It's working nicely. APLD. This one's turning around. We got the nice hammer starting to form. And we were in from 30 a while ago, but added at 38. We're very wrong for half a day for this big, powerful move. So this is confirming the thesis. So now when it dips again, I bought more again. This time, again, a little early at 40, but we're trading right there now. So I do believe that we're going to keep on moving up. All right. What else is going on? Uber. Uber looking terrible. What about Google with their Waymos? What's up with the Big Goog? Big Goog is strong and looking stronger, looking like it wants to go for more. Google, very, very strong. Sometimes I forget that I'm long Google just because I never feel stressed, and it just sits in my port, in the one that I don't touch, and that's where it lives. And it's one of the very few things that doesn't give me stress to hold. Just seems like it's very, very constructive, very high quality, and kind of not going anywhere but up eventually. Just keeps on forming nice constructive patterns and drifting higher. So meanwhile, SPY doing nothing, guys. It's going to be boring here until the end, I think. Oh, yeah, let's talk about BE. This is another one. I'm in just a tiny runner. I just got filled on a tester position off of the previous all-time highs because I woke up pre-market and I saw that this thing was gapping up through into blue skies. And I said, hey, if it gives a little bit of a look back, I want to just tag in and get involved. And actually, I see that it must have been pre-market because the candle opened up and just went straight vertical here. So the last time it kind of smashed through one of these tops here. It likes to kind of push a good amount higher, then consolidate, then retrace to the moving averages. I think that we get a push up to this Kellner channel at the very least. So 175 is where I'll probably be taking some off. But I have such a small amount that I don't know. It's hard to not just hold and look for spots to add, because this stock, I don't believe it's done. It's just an absolute beautiful high and tight flag that's just breaking out here. So we could see some pretty crazy targets. What I would say, more reasonable target, just take the previous swing low. That one's at 75. Previous swing high at 148-ish. And so we're looking at, 175 is going to be our 1.27. This is going to be our fib where we kind of make our decision. If we can break through that, then this thing I think is going to 200 to 225 pretty quick. So this thing can just catch a bid and keep on ripping. Looking at the daily, where we want to be looking for longs is roughly off the previous high, I think, that 155-ish area. If it comes back down there, I'm interested. And I'll zoom into the hourly and see where that is coming to. But man, this looks like it might just try to squeeze with these small body candles like this. There are top wicks though, so maybe not. Maybe we will find a seller. But see these small body candles like this, and then boom, big candle. Small body candles, maybe one big candle. That's what I kind of look for. Checking back in with uranium. Looking strong. Just riding the moving averages up. To me, this really looks like it wants to start getting bigger candles here, like this big candle with the high volume and no fading off of the high volume. Makes it look like it wants to keep expanding. Around the horn, I also like the UEC trade. Oh man, yeah, that's really pretty. Especially if we look on a daily candle or a daily chart. Just a really tight 4-day little flag down into the rising 9-day. As soon as it came in contact with that, as well as the previous day's high or previous swing high, really nice explosive move off of there. Meanwhile, SPY just bopping around, can't find the buyers. It's really just waiting for the end of the day there, and more importantly, these earnings. Okay, is Carvana doing a thing? I scalped this last week. 470 to 490. Yeah, 460 to 490. That was my trade. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. What happened here? So they didn't like something. I gotta catch up in the chats. Talk, what did he tell us about Carvana? What is this candle? To me, it's just a really sharp pressure release way down to that weekly trigger at 380. That's where buyers should have been resting. And lo and behold, we are up, what, $10 from there? 8%, $30. Interesting chart here. This is one of those that I can just never accept that it might be done. Like, it seems like it's always just destined to just go higher, just for no good reason. I hate this company. So I want to just look at that 15-minute, just zoom out just a little bit on SPY. What we are seeing, I do believe, Really healthy, kind of flagging into this this rising hourly. It's now flattening out. Should be the nice base to push higher. Q is looking even stronger in my opinion. And what are small caps doing? This is interesting. Just small caps getting pounded here as money comes into the mega caps. I guess it's just the tale as old as time, right? You know, oh, well, mega caps are looking interesting. Okay, well, we've been pumping small caps. Guess we got to take the money out of those, dump it in the mega caps. And here we are. Speaking of mega caps, how are some of the laggards doing? What's Apple up to? Apple's actually looking okay for the first time in a while. I mean, bounced nicely off the low here. So sometimes nice and simple is all it takes. 250, nice round number. Apple, nice high quality stock. Yeah, take a stab at it. Probably works. You see this a lot, honestly. Market makes it pretty easy sometimes with Meta. Where was the buy? Well, did it get down to 600? Okay. I mean, technically kind of within 5 cents. So round number, go burr. Same with, I bet Google gave you time to buy it off the 300. Eh, 325 plus the daily there. But regardless, sometimes best to not overthink it. I saw you coiling under 25 this morning. I just bought it every time it was under 25 or under 25.30 there. And yeah, don't have to be a genius. Just kind of have to recognize that something's strong and find a spot to get involved where you can kind of figure out, hey, all right, if we lose this area completely, I'm wrong. That's really all you need. Okay. Gosh, this looks like it wants to squeeze higher, doesn't it? This MU. Again, we have those tiny body candles, and now they're starting to get bigger and pick up. I like to see that. Big candle, then volatility tightening, price going up, up, up. Now big candles starting again, hopefully. Meanwhile, SPY just a little bit heavy, but it's nice to see the diversification, the decoupling between the leading sectors and SPY here. So uranium, as we saw, very strong. Let's see how space is doing as well. Let's see if space is still the place. Yeah, ASTS, this trade's working nicely. We are over that 120. Just want to mention how notable that is because we have been stalling into this 120 on ASTS. So definitely keep your eyes on this space trade. I do think that it's just gonna keep going. I think it's gonna make people mad too. They're gonna be like, what, already? They're going up again already? So we got involved in ASTS off of the 100 handle. 100 and the previous swing high. Doesn't look like a big move, but it's already up 21%. And we went leveraged, so feeling pretty good. And I think we zoom on up to this 1.8 or 1.68 at the 162, potentially a measured move up to the 215. So I love these space names. I'm also in Rocket Lab. I've just been watching these scream without me, and so I'm like, gosh darn it, they're leaders and they're pushing into new highs. Why am I looking in the, the bottom of the barrel in the rest of the space sector where it's, kind of trash? There's a lot of things that are very speculative and don't deserve to be getting lifted up with these higher quality ones. So why don't I just find a spot to hitch my wagon on the good stuff? So for Rocket Lab, it was this 21-day moving average, the yellow line there, right here. So got in when it reclaimed 82, right here. And that's my bread and butter setup, guys. It's a really strong stock. I don't have to be a genius. I already know that it's a strong stock. And then I just bet that when it dips to a logical level, there will be other guys like me waiting to buy the dip. And I collect my easy 7 to 10%, locks them in, and then potentially get the continuation move. So this works pretty consistently. If you're way elevated off of the moving averages, you wait until they come back. And you just wait for them to kind of find buyers there. And then you anticipate that being a buy zone. And you sell at the next logical swing high right up here. You can get really nice, easy swing trades like this. And then, okay, you sold at the next logical place. You imagine there are other sellers that are going to come in there with you. It consolidates back into the moving averages. Oh, it finds a buyer off here. You watch as it flushes, and then when it reclaims the moving average right there at 70, oh, round number as well. Bada bing, bada boom. You buy that. It's a failed breakdown, and you start trimming back above the next logical swing. Holding on to runners until you get crazy with it up here. Crazy with it into the round 100 number, into the Keltner band, Bollinger band. So overextended for multiple reasons there. And logical sell. Now we're consolidating again. We're going to do it all over again. So I think these space names still have room. RDW, nice inside day after the crazy high volume push up here. And this is just a trend line kiss. So as you can see, our path is tracking real nicely here so far. We got the surge up right on schedule into this neckline. I would expect a pullback into the moving average cluster. We will add a little more there for the breakout potentially, because I think this one is potentially a crazy cup and handle here that's starting to break out. And if this one does complete this pattern, we won't even know if it's a real move, if the pattern's really doing the thing, until it's all the way up at 31, over a double, almost a triple, with the potential for this to be a moonshot up to 70. Dare I say 160? Dare I say a 10-bagger? Who knows? Who's to say? All we know is that this pattern's beautiful, and I want to hold a runner in this thing. We are in from 750. Okay, meanwhile, SPY doing nothing. Same spot as 10 minutes ago. Larry Boyd, am I buying on earnings? Sorry, I missed that. I am not buying on earnings. I already have bought. I've kind of placed my bets on these earnings being bullish. If not, I do have small hedges in place, but I really want to see those just get absolutely evaporated as data center spending and projections are up is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for basically the market to say, hey, AI trade, the AI narrative still very much in effect. We are going to continue spending on this, and therefore these data centers should continue to go on up into blue skies. So again, I'm going to zoom out here for APLD. I think this is the highest quality one, but I also do really like IREN as well. So big old cup and handle. This is another one of these massive multi-decade patterns. This is a cup and handle that started way back in 08, paired off in 2022, and then it's been making another cup here for the past 4 years. So it just broke those. It just broke the downtrend line. It just broke 52. I'm sorry. It just broke. It's higher than it's been since like 2024 or 2004. So essentially all-time highs. I see a lot of room for this guy if it wants to get rocking and rolling here, which it sure is acting like. It's consolidating up near these all-time highs, and it's really not giving much back after some pretty substantial moves. All right, so I am seeing, yeah, there is still a seller here, but I'd like to see this continue to consolidate, and we are over the VWAP here. So maybe one more push down and we can start our move up. Meanwhile, mock candles coming in 2 minutes, and then we are going to get ready for the earnings stream. So Josh is going to be joining me for this one. I'm going to hop off in 5 minutes and onto the other trading room there. I believe it'll be another link for you guys. So keep your eyes peeled for that. We got 5 or 7 minutes left on this one though. And then we'll be getting into the earnings talk. Josh will be providing some great color commentary there as well. I know he has some good stuff to say about the earnings, and between the two of us, we should be able to guide you a little bit through these earnings, what they mean, what the implications are, and how we're going to trade them. Okay, hello, $8. I'm assuming you mean up $8. If it was $8, I'd be full porting it. So we didn't take OKLO, we took the UUUU. But either way, this is the sector on my watch list here that's just all green. Just nothing but net for uranium here. Big green on most of these stocks. URNJ up 10%, OKLO up 10%, and UUUU, our pick, leading the pack, up 14% there. So these things can really rip. If OKLO is putting in a bottom, then this is a long-term, a really nice hourly head and shoulders, inverted head and shoulders here, with a really wide ramp here on this right shoulder. This thing could really rip. What do you think, Cleo? You like OKLO? I think she's more of a SMR gal. SMR looking tighter in my book. So this one's looking a little bit more like a traditional kind of flag. Draw the neckline right there. And you can see we're negotiating. It's on the table. We're talking. Meanwhile, SPY flushing out and catching almost instantly. It's going to do a lot of this. I think it's just like big orders, triggering and then getting bought up again, and triggering, getting bought up again. So not too worried. I'm going to check my account here as well. Yeah, we're just hanging out. Up 2%, nothing crazy. Still waiting for the big move on some of these names. So Talk likes the OKLO. I like the UUUU. I'm wondering if UEC can catch up tomorrow as well. This one's looking really tight. This one's yet to break the all-time highs yet, or the swing high. So we've got some natural sellers probably capping it at that 20 until very recently today. So we can see that push continue up to the 2050 to 21 area today, and good amount higher if this move can stick. Meanwhile, big buy stick on SPY. Is it going to follow through VWAP? Probably not. But hey, you never know. That's the mock buy stick though. So just another hint that people are anticipating a higher market tomorrow. Anticipating these earnings being pretty good. Moving around to some of the high flyers, this BE is still looking incredible. Man, oh man, very strong. Looks like it wants to reprice higher to me. And drones, a few interesting ones there. This LTRX was looking very strong. I think this is on my focus list for a longer term play, but it might be is a little too pump and dumpy. Maybe the space or the drone sector just isn't quite ready. RCAT though, this one's the leader right now in my book, and I'm watching this one closely. UMAC as well. I am in this one. I am a little red on this one. I missed my re-entry at 15 off the Staley trigger, so I'm watching to see if it double bottoms off that area. But I do like UMAC longer term. I think that we're basically just back testing this downtrend line, break and retest here. So I think that this is a cup and handle, a little goofy looking, a little wide, in this kind of pennant. But I think that it's essentially just one big consolidation leg, or consolidation wave 2 of a 5-wave Elliott wave pattern that should expand up to 30 to 40-ish, 30 to 50-ish in the next year. That one's on my radar. All right, in a few minutes, I'm going to hop out. But for now, I'm watching this ASTS as well. Look at that weekly. What a beautiful curl up. Mamma mia. Should I trim? I trimmed into the 120 and we're kind of through it. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to take any more off. Meanwhile, you. Yeah, I can't sell anymore. I already sold a third. Can't do it. Let's pull in back a little bit. BW is interesting. This is one area where maybe I get another chance to buy some more. We are back into my hourly trigger here. I'd like to see it hold here and form a higher low. There's a chance this one's a little bit long in the tooth. And might need to trade sideways for a few days. That'd be totally fine. But I believe this one's in a breakout, a megaphone breakout as well, and should have some continuation juice. So it's interesting to see how some of the miners are acting. The Bitcoin miners, this cipher mining is quite interesting to me. Look at how tight that is today. Came back really nicely, and now it's just cooking right on this downtrend line. So this is on the focus list for tomorrow. I think if we do get what we're looking for, which is essentially, continued capex for spending on the AI stuff, the data center stuff. If that's the case and that narrative is confirmed, then these are consolidating for the next leg up. We talked about APLD already. That's broken through those highs. Cypher got the nice flag. IREN breaking out of its tight flag and its downtrend line. I think this is a larger megaphone that's being built out, and we can squeeze on up to this 80 to 90-ish area. So yeah, I'm in this one as well. Also really like HUT. Nice push out of here as well, out of this flag. And you can see that's a nice little cup and handle here in the handle of the much bigger cup and handle pattern. Big cup and handle. So long-term target for here is going to be to sweep this all-time high at $84 on HUT. That's kind of what we're looking for. Meanwhile, SPY trying to break over VWAP for the 1, 2, 3, 4th time. We'll call it third time. This only counts as one. So probably rejects again. We see a little bit of a flush out on the earnings, and then they reclaim and push up is what I'd like to see. We could see some shake and bake where the first earnings is good, the second earnings is bad, the third earnings saves the day. Maybe the first is bad and gets people scared, the second two are what save us. There's going to be some trickery afoot. Looking at the MU daily, yeah, Spencer, not Spencer, Richard. It looks like we're getting the push above our Keltner, and I would like to see that gap up tomorrow. So feel free to trim if you're looking to do that anyway. But looks worth keeping some on the table in my book. MP red to green today as well. I think this one's fleshing out a move here. Not 100% sure it's ready, but it is holding this moving average cloud. That's good. LUMN, this one went red today, but we still hold this one, still hanging out. Would like to see a buyer here pretty soon, but not acting great intraday. TE is another one that we're in that is trying its best to break out. I'd like to see it close strong, at least to this strong, a little bit stronger maybe. And Lunar, did not get into Lunar. I was looking to get in, but I did not. Very strong day today. This one's looking like it's going substantially higher. I still really like the space theme. GEV trying to go for the breakout pretty soon here. So these are the kind of baskets I'm looking in here. Anything else interesting? Oh, Rapid's finally starting to make its move. So this one looks really, really nice long term. Very, very constructive handle here. If we pull back to the weekly, it's a thing of beauty, ain't it? So yeah, I think this one's going to go up pretty fast once it gets going here, and it may well be getting going here with this strong move today off of the rising 9-day moving average. That's where we were waiting to see. Picked up a little bit more off $4 and the rising moving average there, and that ad's been cooking. Yeah, still a big fan of these guys. Okay, what happened to NAMM? I don't know. Let's find out. Whoops, I still have that Carvana on the screen. Sorry about that. NAMIB Minerals. Whoa. So I guess this is probably a rare earth minerals type play. Something like that. All right, so I gotta dash over to the other room, guys. In 3 minutes, we are going to be hopping in the earnings play room, and from there, we're going to talk earnings with Josh. Sorry, I'm trying to keep track of too much here. So, guys, remember to close those trades up. We got 3 minutes left. Remember, anything you are not highly confident in going up, good time to take some off the table because we might see some shake and bake here. Might see some wild action with these earnings. All right. You'll catch me on the Flippy Floppy in 2 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. See you then.